I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm much too high. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm much too high. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life's speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life's speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm much too high. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last.
What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're alone in this, so facing threats alone. We always say we're not ready, but we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength,
And let your
courage, lead the way. Yeah, boy.
And we welcome you back here to PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia 2025 Spring. And my name is Kuku TV, together with the one and only Miss Aya Plays. And Aya, we are now back for day number 3 here on week number 1. Yesterday, it was all about the Philippines. 4 chicken dinners all throughout the first four maps. But then again, the atmosphere had changed when we switched to Miramar. But before we proceed, this event is proudly brought to you by Tecno, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers with a common 30S powered by the fast gaming processor and a 120Hz ultra smooth AMOLED curved screen. Also, exclusive support Dolby Atmos in-game. Your gaming experience is now more responsive and lag-free. And Aya, while we're at this Tecno, I did saw some of the players in PMSL earlier on, because PMSL is also happening while this is happening. We saw our Filipino Terminator playing now, Federalis, and now we are back here to PMCL. We're just looking for that next Filipino Terminator, or might be a different country's Terminator, because yesterday we saw some potential coming from Kill Enemy and also coming from GOAT Esports.
Exactly. I believe that is Goodfellas Gaming at the same time, coming from our last Miramar map for yesterday. And overall, that was indeed a PH dominated day. But for day number 3, we are not quite sure if that is still going to be the case, but probably most likely, because we still have, of course, a lot of PH teams inside of the game and bros coming back. So we are definitely sure that they would want to make that comeback. But speaking of comeback, we have here a familiar friend who is coming back for our 7th anniversary music collaboration, which is actually coming next week, exactly 7 days from now, coming March 7. So this is quite exciting. And this is one more thing that is exciting. For now, we have your PUBG Mobile version 3.7. The 7th anniversary version is coming in March, and the golden moon is about to rise, and the memories of flowing sand will once again begin to drift.
Wow, memories will begin come to drift. Anyways, we do have the schedule here up and running on our screen. We've been having this tournament already for the past 2 days. This is the 3rd day of the group stage, week number 1. It will run until Sunday. So you're going to get me and Aya Plays until tomorrow, though. On the last day, it's going to be me and Sir Cloud. But anyways, the tournament format, Aya, it's almost the same as last season, but it was cut into 2 weeks. And then you could see the difference now in the league rank points. Instead of 20 points for the first ranking, you will get only 15.
And the most drastic thing here is that tops 70 to 20 will not get any league ranking points. And that is a big push down if ever that they are going to stay on those ranks. But on the screen, of course, all of our teams that are participating for the group stage, groups A to E. But one group here would not play today, which is Group C, that is BG, Goa, Max, and Sin. So with them going out of our matches for today, let's see if how will they be able to adjust once again tomorrow.
As we talk about the groups, we are only going to be watching groups A, B, D, and E. This means that Group C won't be playing today, which is we have Sin Esports, Guardians of Angels, Team Max, and Burmese Gold. So those are actually really good teams, to say the least. But Group B will be coming back, and this is going to be the defending champions from PMCL Fall, Harame Bro, together with Anchor PUBG, Hive International, and Nexus Vanguard, which I did mention yesterday is the group of death for this season.
But now, going back to what happened yesterday, that is 214 being on top with 106, and just near them would be Yangon Galacticus, who had a huge leap as well from 16 onto 8, and now, as of yesterday, jumping onto that second spot. So these teams are really to look out for, and of course, the next one, Skill Enemy, going on the third, and so on and so forth. We also have SG there from the Philippines, but for the rest of the teams here on the second page, we are still searching for that comeback coming from their side, redemption period, and this is their perfect chance to do that. APG going back together with Bros. Let's see what else will happen after this day. Will they have the same jump and leap as YG, or will they be pinned down in this area? So that is what we are gonna discover for today.
And perfect opportunity here for GOAT Esports to be able to get more points. They got 45 points in just 6 matches. But then again, let's talk about 214 Esports. 3 chicken dinners in just 1 day. You usually see that with the previous champions like Arame Bro, or maybe Genesis Esports, or maybe even Ostia Esports before. But this is a brand new team who is now showing up, who is now making an impact here in the PMCL level. And you know what? This lineup that 214 Esports has is a brand new lineup. This is not the lineup that they had during PMNC Philippines Grand Finals. Oh, the only one who is actually left in the lineup is Kree. The rest are all from different teams that they got from the transfer season, though they do have a substitution, Aya. There is still WoM, who hasn't really played much, and if you know WoM, he did play for 214 Red Rum before, and he's actually one of those guys that they need to look out for. And this was the highlight of the night, in my opinion. It was Yumi Boy trying to get that Murado onto that second floor, surprising that guy on the second floor, eliminating right away with that S12K. But anyways, we're going to start first, not with Miramar, but with Sana. And we've seen the hot drop in Bootcamp. Goodfellas Gaming, will they go again up against the droppers here in Bootcamp? And remember, Aya, there's like 2 hot droppers here before even Goodfellas actually played yesterday. This is Hive International and Kill Enemy. So will it be a trio of a battle in Bootcamp?
That will be an interesting side if ever that is going to be the exact case for now. But I believe there would be some adjustments, just like what 214 MS actually mentioned yesterday on the interview. That is a very good thing to do. That when you know that you are at a disadvantage when it comes to the dropping points, the next time that you are going to drop in that spot, of course, in that map rather, of course, you would need to do some adjustments. And that is exactly one of the major reasons that why they got 3 chicken dinners yesterday. According to MS, they had those adjustments in their gameplay. So I believe it all just boils down to, if they know that they have the upper hand, of course, they would not back down. But for those teams who are a bit on the lower side of the winning possibility and percentage, I believe that is going to be the time that they would move and adjust to different dropping points. But for now, as we are going to see several teams, of course, joining again coming from our Group B, this is, again, an interesting sight to see.
Well, let's talk about Sana. 2 days in a row already, Aya. 2 days in a
Mm-hmm.
row. I'm not jinxing this one, Yazgi PUBGM, because Yazgi on the YouTube channel did mention that he doesn't want to jinx it, but you know who keep winning in Sanok. If you know, you know. It is
Mm-hmm.
214 Esports. 214 Esports have been winning it all throughout the Sanok maps that we had on day number 1 and on day number 2. Now they've done it. If you try to go back onto those two matches, Aya, they've done it
Mm-hmm.
going on higher grounds. And they did it in day number 1. They did it also on day number 2. But eventually, now for day number 3, let's see if the circle will be in their favor as we are now about to start Sanok.
Ooh, starting once again. We are actually heavy on looking at 214 if they are going to go for that streak or if there would be contenders actually taking that and snatching that away from them this moment. More so given that they are on the top of the leaderboards, of course, all eyes are on them. And once again, let's see what will happen for today. But with regard to our Sanhok map, we are expecting this to be quite, of course, faster, just like what we have seen for the past 2 days, and a lot more of battles, chaos happening left and right.
Yeah, a lot of chaos happening, especially in the early stages of Sanok. It's not only just boot camp. Sometimes there is a battle right around Paradise Resort.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Aya, Paradise Resort. I believe so. It was Team Max and Yangon Galacticos, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, Aya, for that one. But then again, let's start this matchup as we now fly in towards Sanok. And speaking of Team Max, Aya, they're not going to be playing for tonight. So
Mm-hmm.
this means that maybe YG will have Paradise Resort for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And if PBMS will actually um, stay with their dropping point, they could also be meeting eventually with our YG as they are dropping on the eastern side of the paradise around the jungle areas. But now, looking at our teams, our bros are back in Painan and no one would want to contest that from them. Unlike yesterday that KHI took that spot near to that area. And we are now seeing a lot of
Oh,
them,
look at
of
this.
course, joining again. This is KE and Hive going for that second round.
Second round fight, and earlier, day number 1, it was Hive International who got the best of Kill Enemy. And there was also a highlight posted by 762 that they did actually lost some internet in the process, if you
Mm-hmm.
actually saw that. But anyways, no internet, or with internet, still Hive International got the win over Kill Enemy on day number 1. But now day number 3, 762 now goes for the boost. Iterex actually is already full damage there. Then again, you will have to find a med kit in order for him to heal up. But Jared right now, one of the guys we need to look out for. One of the rookies, actually. Oh, look at that!
Ooh.
That peak with that S12K, and there you go. The knockdown happened, but then again, the trade knock by Master D2K. Claudio will knock him down, and Davan will go down one more. And then who's going to be left for Kill Enemy? That is going to be Iterex, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. And it's going to be most likely a 2-0 for the side of Hive International versus Kill Enemy. And there's not much of any disconnection of internet for the side of Hive International. And this only means Kill Enemy can kill Goodfellas, but not Hive
Mhm.
International.
I believe this is the exact same scenario that happened during those moments. One player, I'm not quite sure if that was Iterex too, that was left during the battles between Hive International and running his way through that warehouse and through this area. So this is sort of a deja vu for them. But if they are going to lose, I believe this is already the time that they need to accept their defeat onto Hive International, or if they would want another chance, that is all up to them. But if I were them, I would not want another start of downfall very early in the game, given that this is boot camp. But moving on to our YG, as you've said, they are always almost dropping together with our Team Max. But Team Max going out, this is now all for themselves.
And you can see Harame Bro at the overall rankings on the right side, Aya. This is
Mm-hmm.
unusual territory for
Yes.
Harame Bro. You don't usually see them on 19th spot. Normally, you would see RTC. You would normally see sometimes Fearless Esports or like other squads from other countries. But again, Harame Bro, they have grouped up together. They had that one day off yesterday. and hopefully we could see more of Arame Bro together with the new lineup that they have now with Nathan, Jibna, Jappy, and Range. But again, the talk of the town right now, Aya, the
Mm-hmm.
talk of the Filipinos, 214 Esports right now, and I've seen the posts coming from Akira, the owner of
Mm-hmm.
214 Esports. She's very happy with the results.
Indeed, and if I were also in her position, I would be more than glad to see my team winning this tournament. Of course, this is not only a local tournament, this is not only an international tournament. This has a lot of big names inside of the game who are already known in the PUBG mobile scene. So it is really an honor and a privilege to have her team on the top of that leaderboard right now. And most especially if they are going to be able to continue this streak, this is something that of course is going to be the talk of the town, and not only in the Philippines but overall.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be talk of the whole PMCL region, all throughout
Hmm.
Cambodia, all throughout Myanmar, and now with Singapore and Brunei in the wildcard region. It'll be really the talk of the whole region. But for now, Goat Esports again. I've mentioned this one, Aya. I mentioned that maybe Kill Enemy, maybe Master D2K, or maybe Kaya might be the new Terminator, or it might be Goat Esports. I would say for Goat Esports, I would go for Bunny because it's always been
Mm.
Bunny who's the last member left for the
Yep.
squad. And remember, they played first time yesterday. They had that first day off, and while that is happening, Skynin
Ooh.
drops Pretzel. PBMS is now in trouble, and this is on the area right around Paradise Resort. And there you go. Skynin now will be dropped by MM using that QBZ.
Ooh. That is a good knockdown right now, but going for that push is Top and Fergie onto MM, but Top received so much as he tried to enter the vicinity where MM is at right now, and through that window, GBS bullet goes onto
Ooh, wow.
Fergie, and not only Fergie, also a Top to now. MM is on the seat, and the last player would be Nang X going for that. He almost his teammate here would not honor that call from the frag grenade, and this is perfect chance to actually eliminate Nang X together with the rest of the APG going for that molly, but no, that one did not connect. That damage, though, coming in from that frag grenade would be received by MM, but fortunately for him, he is still surviving, and that is the same thing that is happening onto Nang X. 1v1 situation right now.
And for MM, I would highly recommend for him to be patient.
Mm-hmm.
He already had 3 members off from APG, so it's only just one is what they're gonna have to be
Ooh.
aware of. And now Nangex with that frag grenade. I was just saying that he needs to be patient, and
Mm-hmm.
there you go, Aya. Again, you have to be patient because with the patience, you would have very good results eventually. Because your backup, like Monboy and Pretzel, will be here, and now it's gonna be a 2v2 now. Skynin will bleed out as now Monboy tries to reveal himself with that DBS. Now the nade coming in, coming from Nangex and Top. Ooh, good throw of that Molly. I think Monboy will probably get damaged. Miner now from Top will get knocked down by Nangex, and now Nangex pushes in. It's gonna be one more player left here now for the side of PBMS, and Nangex just clutches his way through. 4 eliminations in the bag. All 4 members of PBMS on his name.
Whew, that is quite an early battle for PBMS versus our APG. But one thing that is quite questionable for me is that the rest of PBMS came in a bit late. The battle between MM together with Nang X, that was quite a long time already for them to be able to get in on time. But I don't know what happened exactly there, but that was just quite a misfortune for them, losing the whole squad quite early in the game. But moving on to our next battles on the co-fade, we have seen 2 or more teams battling it out right now. But for the side of SG, they are scouting the area with our KH, I believe. And we are not yet sure if they are going to push. Yes, they are getting quite near, and we have our blanks trying to go for those bullets onto that moving vehicle. Let's see how else will this turn out.
This is really good scouting by Silent Gods. They were able to identify that Blanks is the only man here in this building, as Blanks right now will try to cook a nade. Will it connect? Only splash damage. Nangex will go down though on the kill feed. RTC now on the verge of eliminating APG, while Koopa will try to push in together with Claire. Now Koopa does have the DPS. The other guy also has a DPS, which is Blanks and knocks down 2. My oh my, another 2v1 happening here. Now with KHI. And Silent Gods needed more help. Lucy way too late to provide that support onto Claire and Koopa, as Lucy now is going to cook up a nade. Now Blanks has to back out for a little bit here, as Lucy now throws in that nade. Now Blanks will go ahead and switch back to his DBS. While this is happening, Aya, the top will be eliminated. I think that's APG's end here in Sana. And now Lucy, who ever so aggressive Lucy, now gets inside the house. It's going to be the other way around now, as Blanks will be at the outside. Try to cook up a nade, though. And as Demios, though, will knock down Mig, so only one man left for the side of Silent Gods. And Silent Gods has been really on and off for each map, as Lucy now pops up the smokes. And now the nade actually will finish him off. And that's Ryman, who finishes Migs off from the map. And KHI, this is a good show for KHI earlier in this day.
Exactly, a good defense coming from their end, that the aggressive side of SG pushed to them, but they were able to stay strong and composed amidst that battle. But now battle is going on with YG and our 214. We are not quite sure if this is either to be another win for 214 or a huge risk for them to be eliminated quite early in our first map. YG spotting them from behind. Mitchie is actually heavily damaged right now, as Master Smile is just a few meters away from his spot, and they are both proning. So the moment that they feel the presence and the movement of the grass, they would most likely want to stand up and face each other. But that is not a certain move right now, as both of them are hesitating and waiting for that final moment, just to be precise with their game plan.
And I think Mitchie hears the prone of Smile. He's just ready for that DBS, waiting for Smile to stand up. But right now, I think Emas will be spotted by Mernat. There you go, the headshot to the face by Mernat. Now Mitchie just waiting for Smile to stand up, but Smile is just ever so patient, waiting for the right timing. And the Emas will be eliminated with that frag grenade now for 214. Kree will also be eliminated, so 2 members left for the side of 214 Esports. Looks like we have jinxed them already, Aya.
Might be one of the reasons. As I've said, this could be a very risky move coming in from 214, but they don't have much choice, as YG is already right in front of them, and any movements that they will make can and will be spotted and traced by our Yangon Galactic. So them moving up here, going back to their hometown on Paradise Resort, they might be having to leave 214 for a while to give them that space, or just because they were not able to find out the exact location of Mitchie right there. But them backing out, I'm not also quite sure if how 214 will hold up later on. And now RTC is pushing on to Fearless. Asterix 2 are already knocked down. Pozo on the other end will be taking down one more, and an additional one would be eliminating the full squad of RDC, and that is courtesy of our Fearless. Maybe this is a chance for Fearless to be quite awake here in Sanha.
That was a one-dimensional push by RT. Just only pushing at the one opening, which is there where Sky and the Asterex and 7 support was at. But then again, here comes Goodfellas Gaming. Won that last map of the day yesterday. Now they're up against Goat. Goat, who did play pretty well yesterday. Chill Guy right now will try to throw a nade. And now the nade will just knock off that rock. Then again, now Shako will throw his own nade onto the other side. I will try to back out, because look at this. Newbies is already knocked down. So they have to make sure that they have all 4 members strong. But looks like Newbies is already damaged and will bleed out, as Mazi will also get a hit. So GFS, Aya, GFS is not really in a good position right now. If you look at the mini map, they're also outside the circle. So they're most likely being gate capped right now by Goat Esports.
Yep, definitely that is the case right now. But looking at our YG, they can also face it with our KHI if ever that they push through to that spot. I believe yes, that would be the only space for them to take as the circle closes in later. But looking at them right now with that full squad elimination onto our SG, this is a good start for our KHI. We are not just yet sure if they are going to be able to continue it given that YG is just around the corner.
And right now, GFS, they have no choice. They will have to go for the push. As Zai right now on the kill feed will be taken down by Over. This is Super X Esports. As right now, Shako will try to throw a nade. Might go to where Bunny is. And Bunny! He did not see that frag grenade. And he gets taken down. Now Chill Guy will defend. Maybe, though, will knock down one player off from GFS. But it's all about Chill Guy. Ooh, but Chill Guy knocks down Shako. 1v1 with a great one. But that's going to be a UMP. Shot by Mazzy. And Goodfellas able to eliminate Goat.
Oh no, that is a good one for our GFS as they probably got the momentum from yesterday's last map from that winner chicken dinner. But Beast is still asking for that revive, and bro, Jibna probably are scouting the spot right now as they could be seen in a while before they enter our circle. But for bros, they are very, very quiet, Kuku. We have not seen any elimination from their end. They are quite a bit passive in this match, probably to make sure that they are going to last longer than their previous matches.
Well, I've seen this kind of Harame Bro before, like last season, especially in Sanok. They don't usually just join in the fun or join in the chaos. They focus
Mm-hmm.
more on the circle. So this is just a regular thing for Harame Bro, waiting for teams to just run off their path, and then eventually they will be able to run them down. So for
Mm-hmm.
right now, Harame Bro, I would say they're still intact, but look at Jibna. Jibna is damaged right now. It seems like Goodfellas has already got their number, but on the kill feed now, Michi will be
Ooh.
taken out. So it's only now Yumi Boy for 214 Esports who is left alone.
Oh no, that is a good knockout, although he was spotted at the same time and going for that counterattack. The rest of 214 is out of this Sandhawk map. So not all the Sandhawks will be for them. They already got two, and YG says, let us have this one this time. And them having the best chance to overtake our 214 if ever our Yangon Galacticus still survives up until the latter parts of this map, and of course get more of those eliminations. Most likely they will overthrow 214 in any time. But they are now having a battle with another team on the other side of our map. But for bros, we are also having a possible engagement onto GFS as they're both waiting for each other's movements.
And while this is happening, KHI versus Hive. As Astro X knocks down Murnot on the feed. Bombs away from both sides. Ooh, the nade actually from range will knock down Mazzy. It is actually a 2v3 in that area because it was a 2-2 split is what Harame Pro is actually
Ooh.
doing as Damon will be taken down by Dale. And I believe so Dale is already shouting at his squad. We did see the video of Dale giving some love language onto his teammates. As right now KHI recovers. All the smokes now will try to cover them up for now. But look at Jared. Look at that throw of nade. Ooh, he actually damaged Blanks a little bit. But then again, it exploded right up in the air. Just overthrows, overcooks that nade. Another nade coming in from KHI. And now, Red, I think he actually sees already Demios, who is just crouched on the ground there. And now look at Claude, able to knock down Demios together with Red. Dildo will be knocked down from behind by YG. The third party coming in. Now for KHI, it's going to be Damon and Ryman will be the remaining guys left, but Red will be seen by Ryman with S1897, but 762 is there to save the day. And then it's going to be 762 who will clutch his way through until the end as he dies in the blue.
The Blue Zone getting that final hit onto our Hive International. Quite unfortunate, but at least they were not able to give that one more point onto their opponents. Meanwhile, moving on to our Yangon Galacticus, I believe they're experiencing a bit of lag issues. We have seen that those disconnected signs for all of them for that previous second, but now they're all back and up. We now have your bros with already 4 eliminations. As you've said, they are quite quiet in the beginning, but they are now making that noise. But from that noise, YG already heard them, and also YG Marinot Boy will receive those bullets and he will be knocked down. So left and right, we are having battles, and just 6 teams remaining. So this is almost quite near to getting that winner chicken dinner.
Ooh, what a grenade elimination there coming from Jappy. I call him the grenade of the Philippines, as Jappy right now, together with Harame Bro, will try to go ahead and do a small rotation. Since then, the circle will now shift. But then again, this happened. Aya, TTQ now able to get the number of Fearless Esports as they eliminate Pozo. And at the same time, Aya, while that is happening, while Harame Bro is rotating, they're able to knock down some players of YG, and that is it for Romeo Boy, as Fearless Esports 7 support kills him off. 6 eliminations now for Fearless Esports.
6 for them and 5 for our bros. And bros really need those points, all of the eliminations that they can. And of course, if they are going to get that winner chicken dinner, that would be a huge game changer for their points right now. Given that they've rested yesterday, this is now their perfect chance and opportunity to make that comeback and push their points towards the top. But on to our other teams. They have been spotted by our bros, Fearless. I'm not quite sure if how they are going to enter the circle, given that the eyes of bros are on them and probably onto that other side on the northern. We also have another team that could possibly see them, as we are seeing on just quite afar. That is NX, who could also be gatekeeping them right now.
Well, right now, it's going to be Fearless 7 support down on the blue. He will take a little bit of damage. Now, Super X Esports, rather, still alive with 4 members strong. Now, the next target will be Harame Bros as TTQ. They were really third-partying a lot earlier on, but the nade actually knocks down Nathan. But they're in trouble because the third party is coming from afar. The nade also coming in from range. And now stealing all of the kills is going to be Zuki from TTQ. Unfortunately, it will not go to Harame Bro. Probably only one, as one of those guys will be bleeding out. As there we go, Zuki finalizes Fearless Esports, and that would most likely save Nathan's life, because Nathan got knocked down earlier on, and now it's going to be 4 members strong still for the side of Harame Bro. The big question is, will they be able to rotate all the way to the circle, because it's going to be an open area once they get in.
Exactly, and this is quite tricky, not only for them but also for those teams on the bottom getting those compounds, most especially if that moves out of their compounds. But now we have our TTQ Zuki spotted by range up there. He received so much. All of them needs to heal up actually before they get inside, as this is already stage number 7 closing in. We have Rizuki receiving more of those damages and got almost knocked down, but the first one would go to our TTQ, would be actually Liquid, and KH needs to run for his life, but that blue zone is just very much painful right now. Adding on the top of those bullets, he will be out.
When look at the shift of circle, looks like it goes in favor of Harame Bro. Now this only means one thing, Aya. It's gonna be Nexus Vanguard and Super X Esports will have to fight each other, as Naughty will be able to take one down off from Harame Bro. There you go. The knockdown happens now onto Nexus Vanguard. Godspeed, aka West, for the side of Nexus Vanguard, will be all alone. And now Super X Esports, spotted by Godspeed, knocks one down over, eliminates him all the way through. Go back to the lobby, and now for Harame Bro, it's gonna be a 3v4 situation. As Nathan, nade coming from range. As Jappy will go down with a headshot, Sando will also knock down range. And that's gonna be it. Harame Bro will get their first winner chicken dinner. The Kings of Sanhok in PMCL Fall is back.
Welcome back to our Harame Bro for getting that winner chicken dinner, and for 3 days in a row we are getting that Sanhok map for the Philippines. 2 for 214, and now 1 for our Harame Bros reclaiming their map. And I'm also hoping that this is going to be a continuous one for the side of our bros. But going back to those final moments, exactly when I said the circle will shift outside of our compounds, that would be a big disadvantage for the both of those teams. And that is on the flip side, something that was very beneficial for our bros that helped them so much, the circle movement. So now giving them that winner chicken dinner with 9 eliminations. What a comeback as they came from that rest, now starting with a bang. 9 eliminations plus that 10 points from that winner chicken dinner, 19.
Well, it looks like they're not going to be in unfamiliar territory after this game because of that winner chicken dinner. But anyways, let's watch the highlights. And we are back at it again here. And by the way, shoutouts to Yazgi PUBGM from YouTube. Yeah, you totally jinxed this win. And Rami Bro will take the win here in the third day's Sanok with 19 points. A much needed win for the defending champions as they were able to just wait it all out. Again, the patience gameplay coming from Rami Bro. They were able to wait it out until they were able to fight against Goodfellas. They were just watching Goodfellas eliminating teams. Then eventually, after that, they made the rotation all the way through the circle. They were able to defend against Fearless Esports, and at the same time, also to reset right after those third parties coming from TTQ. So that was basically the secret here from Harami Bro, and they were doing it all throughout PMCL Fall. They did won 3 chicken dinners of Sanok in the grand finals in PMCL Fall. And again, it's the same story. Harami Bro taking the win, and now the updated scores, Aya.
Oh, now we have here the scores. Bros, of course, will not yet be seen on the first page as they have quite a long way to go after coming from that rest yesterday. And now still on the top is 2-4, but with no movement of points, still at 106. And that is just 9 points behind or in between our Yangon Galacticos with great movement in that Sanhok game. Looking at the changes onto our second page, we have your bros to the 13th spot from 19. Now pushing below them would be GFS and APG, RTC, and KHI. So much movement is needed from these teams, but let's see if how else will they make that here in our day number 3.
Well, let's see and find out here now. The top 4 teams: Harami Bro, Super X, PTQ, and Fearless. A little bit of change of teams in the the top 4 compared to yesterday. Normally we'd see 214 Esports on there. We would normally see Kill Enemy or even Yangon Galacticos. But again, this is a different story now. Since then, Harami Bro is gonna be back. So the Titans is back, and now they take the crown again here in Sanok, as they're now able to get the win. Now, MVP will be Jibna. He might be the new Filipino Terminator, by the way, as he got the MVP in their own PMNC region in the grand finals. And the good thing about Jibna is he was from Dread Esports, and he was not that much of an aggressor during his Dread Esports tenure. And now that he switched over to Harami Bro, looks like his potential has been tapped by the coach and the analyst of Harami Bro. So it's good to see that Jibna is able to use that untapped potential now here for PMCL in 2025.
Actually, so now that he is getting that sort of highlight being together with the team of our Haramiro, it's just quite surprising because his supposed role, as per our data, is that he is a support, but showing that aggression and everything that we have known about Jibna, he is showing so much to us, and that potential to be called the next Filipino Terminator is quite big for Jibna. So really looking forward to what more could he bring to the table. But for now, I believe we could go for a very short break as we are still gonna have 5 matches for today. This is again I Play Together with Kuku TV and the English broadcast. And we are back here for the 2025 PMCL Southeast Asia Spring. And for our week 1, day number 3, we are already starting our match number 2. So we came from that very intense Sandhawk map, ending with a chicken dinner for our Harame Bro, as they are also back on this day. Let's see if they will be able to continue that momentum, or will other teams actually have that good start in Erangel.
Well, we've seen Erangel yesterday. It basically goes towards 214 Esports and Silent Gods. And 214
Mhm.
Esports basically got a back-to-back chicken dinner for Erangel. So we
Yep.
might see a different story today. Like what I said, the group of death is back. APG is back. Hive International is back, and now Erangel will be back for tonight, as we are now going to be flying in the first Erangel for day number 3, as we now fly in coming from the bottom side of the map itself. It's going to be coming down to the bottom side of, if I'm not mistaken, this is bottom side of Novo, as we are now looking at Yumi Boy for 214 Esports. Yumi Boy, again, one of those top fraggers from yesterday, and hopefully we could see him frag out more together with Kree, as they were the ones who was in the top of the leaderboards, together with Smile from Yangon Galacticos from Myanmar. And when you talk about Yangon Galacticos, Smile needs more help, right? Like, if Smile is just only Smile doing all the Smile things, then YG won't be effective. Am I right, Aya?
Exactly. Exactly, because we are just seeing much of the effort from Master Smile. So if his teammates won't contribute that much, that is going to be quite heavy on his shoulders, carrying the rest of the team. So we are hoping that for YG, that they become more together as one team, so that it's not going to be more on the side of a Master Smile. But speaking of sides, let's see whose sides will be having more opponents, as of course
Ooh.
SMG, rather SMB, is taken by still APG. But looking at that circle, what a good way
Oh,
to
look at this,
start
look at
our
this.
Wrangle map. But looking at this chase right now for this manhunt, we have Dale chasing onto Nathan with a lot of those bullets getting through, almost a vehicle explosion onto our bros. But they actually decided to not follow him anymore, because they all know that the teammates of Bro are already within that area.
I love the aggressiveness coming from Hive International early in the game. They were able to get the vehicles that they wanted. They were able to spot Nathan off from Arame Bro, and they almost got that knockdown. It's just so unfortunate that the Honey Badger wasn't enough to
Yep.
knock down Nathan. But for the meantime, here at Milta, it's going to be GOAT Esports, and you can now see Kai right here in this lineup. And speaking of substitution, Kai got subbed in, and Ryder for the side of GOAT Esports will be subbed out. So there are some little bit of adjustments already here from GOAT Esports, and we've talked about Aya. We talked about the exhaustion of every each players all throughout the day. And remember yesterday, all first four maps gotten by the Philippines, and then on
Yep.
the last 2 maps, it was gotten by Cambodia and Brunei.
Mhm.
So the substitutions does actually work, right?
Yep. Most of the time, yes, most especially if those players are already quite drained with everything that had happened throughout the day. So that fresh player, as you called yesterday, would give a different take on the battles that they will still be facing for the last matches. So for now, we are still seeing our RTC just roaming around the area. And this is one of the teams, of course, that are on the lowest part of the leaderboards, given that they have played, I believe, since day number 1, but now they are still pinned and cemented on that 19th spot, having went further down after the battles that we had for today. So let's just try and wait on how or what else could RTC do given their situation.
Well, RTC needs to be more aggressive. We've seen them able to last long in games, but the thing is about RTC is their firepower. They have to be consistent with their firepower. If they need to third party, then why not go for third party so that they can get additional eliminations. And
Yep.
once RTC learns how to do that, then we can probably find a different kind of that Singapore region or a Singapore team that we've been looking for ever since they were part of PMPL MYSGPH. So hopefully that
Uy.
Singapore aggressiveness is actually back. But look at this, maybe. Oh, nice
Ooh.
throw of the nade by Damon. Just right on point with that nade. And now, oh, look at Bunny now. Knocks down Ryman. As now the backup will be here for KHI. Blanks though does have one shell left on his S1897 shotgun. As Chill Guy's already down, Kai and Bunny still alive. And Kai right now trying to do a ring around a Rosie here with Blanks, as Blanks right now is ready for action and just have to heal up first to make sure that he will last long in the battle, as Demius right now will be coming in. Oh,
Uy.
oh, he did not hit onto Kai. Now the nade coming in. Oh, splash damage onto Kai. Low HP left, and there you have it. Damon knocks Kai down. One player left remaining for GOAT. Oh, but the
Ooh.
nade actually will pop off in front of Demios, as Bunny now down to half HP. It's still a 2v1 situation, as Blanks right now will try to pin or box Bunny down right now. And Blanks right now with that AKM finishes him off. And now the revive will happen. Unfortunately, Aya, the
Mm-hmm.
substitution didn't work.
That didn't work for them right now. So Goat being out of this match, let's see how else they would handle the next matches. Will they go for another substitution, or will they change their game plan as opposed to what we had in this first Erangel map? But kudos to our KHI for getting that full squad wipe. Although they lost Ryman in the process, that is still a trade-off that I could take anytime, because they still have 3 players strong. They could still continue getting more of those eliminations. Meanwhile, moving on to our YG and SX, they're still amidst this area of Jorgpool, and we are not yet seeing any casualties from both ends, even a bit of damage. So most likely they are having that hesitation and just waiting for the perfect timing to get all the equipment that they need before facing each other.
Again, a brand new day for everyone. GOAT Esports not having a good day here in the first Erangel. And we probably jinxed them as well, same as what we have tried with 214 Esports in the map of Sana. I mean, if you look at GOAT, look at the score, 45 points
Mm-hmm.
out of 7 matches already. And if you try to compare the other guys that they are with in the same group, we have the likes of Nexus Vanguard, together with KHI and Goodfellas. I mean, KHI only has 25 right now,
Yep.
so that's a big point that they actually got coming from day number 2. And right now, with them being back to the lobby here for match number 2, they would have to go back to the drawing board. Maybe get Ryder back in the lineup instead of Kai. Maybe Kai is still
Mm-hmm.
cold, you know?
Maybe yes, because yesterday they again started strong together with Ryder in the roster. So probably that change really wasn't beneficial and wasn't needed in the first place. So them doing that, they need to rethink their next strategies once again. So they have long time to do that, because this is still gonna be a battle that could take a lot more time, because we are still in stage number 1. It just so happened that they were eliminated very, very early at the beginning of our first Erangel map. So more time for them to talk about that, and let's see if they could be able to apply it as quick as possible, because that is needed already for the next match.
And right now we're looking at Claude from Hive International. This guy who played for Atraftos Esports Aya
Mm-hmm.
last year, and they were a champion of a PMCT, or
MCT. Yep.
like a PUBG Mobile City tournament here in the Philippines. And now he's getting his chance to show the international scene of a PMCL region what he has in store for Hive International, and he's able to provide that contribution for Hive International. He's the always guy that Dale has been shouting. If you've watched that
Oh
video,
yeah, yeah.
he was the guy being shouted at by Dale. And shoutouts to Dale, who is the IGL right now for Hive International. This guy has the passion for
Mm-hmm.
esports, has the passion here for being a pro player here and for PMCL. Did you know that he actually studies
Yes.
esports in a university here in the
Mm-hmm.
Philippines?
Yep, and he is a student of Vince G. So shout out to Vince G as well. And right now, let's also check if all of those hard work will pay off now that they are going back and they are actually on that eighth spot. A good time to garner all those points as they are at the middle of the leaderboards and actually quite at the first page still. So with that foundation of points right now after their first day during day number 1, this could be the best chance for them to add up more on this match right now and for the next Wrangle maps and even in our Miramar map. But looking at everyone, we are not having much of those battles. Most likely, a lot of them would want to be a bit more passive since this is the first Erangel map, but I'm hoping and searching again for the aggressiveness that not a lot of them are showing to us for our past 3 days.
And on top of Goat Esports, you can also say Goodfellas had a good outcome for their first day, their debut
Yep.
yesterday here in PMCL. They got that winner chicken dinner at the last part of the day, which is a very good chicken dinner. Because if they did not actually get a lot of points in that final match of that day, then we might see them together with KHI just around 20 plus points. But look at
Mm-hmm.
this. TTQ right now has to get ready. GFS now pushing in the beast of Brunei. Now throwing out that nade, but it will not hit anyone. Explosions coming from the outside. That's Zuki getting his frag grenade up as well. Another nade coming from TTQ. Now Zuki will try to cook up one more, as now the offense of GFS is being fended off by TTQ. Nice defense here coming from TTQ, and GFS is not able to make their way through.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Are not making their way through. And look at Shaco as he crosses that open field. He was spotted by our TTQ from behind, receiving a lot of damage. Although he still survived, but that was a barely survival from his end. And looking at another team, that is exactly Hive International behind them onto that higher ground. So they have that the best advantage right now onto these two teams who are battling amidst all of the huts in front of them. And we are seeing that repositioning and the push coming in from Hive International. So they need to be wary of those moments. At the same time, RDC Snitch Boy is snitching onto those battles. And that was actually GFS Shaco being secured.
And RTC going for the third party. I think they're listening to me right now, Haya. I did mention RTC needs to go for third parties if they have to. And there you go, sandwiched all together is Goodfellas as TTQ eliminates them. And now it's time for RTC to make it quick. Unfortunately though, it's 9E Boy who goes down. Nish goes down as well. And this is the problem of RTC. Another goes down coming from RTC, Snitch Boy. And I'm not so sure who's the last remaining left for the side of RTC. It's TTQ, really good showing of their defense in those compounds.
That was not a well calculated push coming in from RTC. Yes, they are already starting that a bit of aggression coming from their end, but overall, you still need to balance that aggression with that well calculated movements, because if not, that is exactly what is going to happen. You are going to lose your teammates in the process. So, leaving only RTC Labokun here. Let's see how else could he manage his way through. He just passed by our Essex here, our Super X, and he is receiving those bullets, but not well received as he was able to hide just below that bridge.
And he right now going for the shot onto Labo. Ooh, Labo just spins around with a buggy as RTC is now out. And again, this is the problem of RTC. Once they go down one by one, and the last member for RTC was Labo, they don't know what to do anymore, as Super X Esports, really good showing as well. Looking at their points right now, they're currently with 51 total points. It's the same as what Goat Esports have done yesterday. So 3 out of the 4 teams out of that Group E really showing that they can hang together with its top tier teams. But then again, TTQ, as they're good with the defense, they now have 5 eliminations in that exchange. But for now, They're going to be just ending up right at the edge of the eastern side. They better be careful because there is going to be a team right on their bottom side, just on the mini map. And here we go. It's going to be 214 Esports again, holding on for Hospital. Same thing that happened yesterday, Aya. They were at
Mm-hmm.
the hospital area. They were holding it so strong until the very end. They
Oh
fought against
no.
PBMS. But for now, the circle will go to Fearless Esports. I think, Aya, this is going to be a pretty hard circle to follow
Mm-hmm.
for the others.
Exactly. Having Fearless already cemented their spot in that mountain, they have the best chance. They have that upper hand right now. But looking at KHI Demus right now, just fixing his vehicle, and they are preparing actually to move out of that area. But we have your SG moving in this spot wherein Koopa almost got knocked down with that vehicle, almost exploding, almost smoking, but still that is a good one that they have moved already. Meanwhile, NX is still trying to knock them down. And on that other end, we have a Bro Jappy being taken down by our kill enemy. I just was supposed to say that they have a good spot, but unfortunately, that was not the best spot as KE is joining them right now.
And Jappy, that's a really big blow to Harame Bro. Jappy is kind of like their second IGL right now. If you remember from last season, Aya, it was
Mm-hmm.
Range and Rig who were like the
Yep.
two IGLs for the team. But right now, look at this. Miner goes down for PBMS. And now he's going to crawl his way inside the house. Monboy now will try to go for the revive. And again, this is another TTQ offense, is what we're seeing right now. And look at them. They're able to go first in the circle compared to PBMS, who actually just
Mm-hmm.
stayed in that house, in that compound. Now, all they're gonna do now is kind of like what happened last time. They're gonna run some defense, and at the same time, while their defense is happening, they're gonna make some offense so that they can defend
Mm-hmm.
and they can eliminate all the other guys who will be crashing onto them. But while this is happening, 214 and KHI is now fighting, and this is what I'm talking about, Aya. Now, look
Oh,
at that. The spray coming from MV knocks one down. That's going to be Pretzel, who will be taken out. Oh, but actually got stolen by Pozo.
that is unfortunate, and TTQM here is very unlucky with that one. Let's see who will else be lucky at that moment, and that nade didn't finish even to bounce as we already have a PBMS eliminated from the game. So time to quick, and Fearless sharing this mountain that Fearless had been holding on to for quite a while now, but their contestment, their defense and their offense at the same time, you said earlier, is quite strong. So I believe they have a good chance onto still making Fearless go out of their area.
And Super X Esports, they haven't really went out in this compound that they have right now. Even though the circle is not within their reach, well, I think they have no choice, to be honest with you, Aya, because the circle
Mm-hmm.
is going straight onto Mount Gotka,
Yep.
as all the other teams already went to Georgia Pole crates or containers. And like what Nexus Vanguard is now doing, they're trying their luck to just find a little place to stay. Ooh, but eventually on the kill feed, though, it's Smile who's going to go down. KHI Esports Damon will be able to confirm Smile off of the feed. And then, while Super X Esports is firing their guns from above, it's going to be TTQ will knock one of their players down. Circle will now close in. It
Ooh.
still goes to Fearless Esports. This is just so bad for TTQ now.
Mm-hmm. Really so bad because they are going to be the ones to be forced to make their way through that mountain because as much as that they would want to get that circle, that would not favor them right now. Meanwhile, joining that mountain zone is our SX, actually just below that mountain, and NX on the other hand would want to pin them down together with our SG. A lot is happening right now because as that zone shifts toward just the middle portion of our previous circle, that would still give much of the troubles from rather to the other teams as the middle ground is quite open right now for them to take.
Well, what's going to happen here, Aya, is that TTQ will most likely patiently wait until the circle will be not within their reach. Because if you look at the situation right now, Zuki is still in the zone. So we might see them just grouping up together in that small space that they would be able to be in. But on the kill feed right now, Hive International, Dale and 762 is in trouble. Red, no choice but to just get in the zone together with Claude. And oh, look at this. Claude is actually rotating all the way onto the south side, which is a really risky play because Fearless and TTQ is right over there. But look at this. Red going for the spray down onto APG. Now the blue zone will eat him alive, and also the nades, but it's going to be overthrown by Nang X. But on the kill feed, it's going to be the MG3 of Master D2K now, eliminating the players off from 214. Nades popping off here, coming from the side of Kill Enemy, but nades also will be coming from the side of Mitchi, trying to make that defense intact for 214 Esports. But still, it'll be a stalemate between the two.
Oh, quite a bit of a struggle coming in from our 214. This is not looking good so much for them. That is a good win in that clash. 214 Mitchie still getting that engagement even though he is the last player left. But looking at this, time to quick getting that nade exactly towards the spot of 7 support from Fearless. Nice contestment from their end. And now Pozo got eliminated earlier. Fearless Popov has ample time to revive his teammate given that he would not be naded down by the aggressive time to quick players. This is one more coming in from Zuki, but that would not land onto 7 support for the second time. So he is now up and alive and will go for that reset as they will directly face head-to-head with DTQ.
Big problems here for Fearless Esports. They're now currently sandwiched by 3 teams. You can add Claude to the mix, Aya. You can see him on the mini-map right now, the green one. And then you can see APG and TTQ now bombing Fearless Esports. Fearless Esports needs to just put on that defense up and running here for their side. Circle will update now. As let's see, where will this circle go now? Will it still go to the Mount Gatka? Ooh, it still goes to Mount Gatka. My, oh my.
Ooh.
This is going to be intense, Aya, as the Mount Gatka right now is being challenged by 4 teams.
Yup, and this is gonna be a good one. As this progresses, we are gonna know how Fearless could be able to protect their spot, or if that is gonna be possible right now as SG and YG is playing in a maze amidst all these containers in South Jorg. Full Murder Boy will be pinned down by our SG, and that will be coming from Migs. Meanwhile, APG Skynet would be taking down and securing right away. Fearless Popov Romeo Boy is just hiding inside one of those containers, not being able to see our SG, and our Silent Gods will actually be taken down one by one, and they're just waiting for the perfect timing right now. Looking at Romeo Boy, he doesn't want to go out because Claire would also want to pin him down, but down is going for the end of our Silent Gods, and they were just eliminated one by one, which is not something that we want for our Silent Gods. Ooh, 1v1v1 right here in the maze. PHI Damon still up and alive, but with
nice.
that jump shot coming through his skull from YG Romeo Boy, another elimination from him.
Nice shot there from Romeo Boy, but Migs has that patience. Just waited slowly but surely here for Silent Gods. And now he's gonna most likely just surprise Romeo Boy from Yangon Galacticos. Mix has already 2. Smokes will be a factor here as Romeo Boy now will be in the blue zone as well. He will take a little bit of damage, but now Migs, oh, unfortunately, he was able to spot Romeo Boy, but then again, the shotgun finishes Migs off right away, and there you go, the third party from afar. Nice effort from Romeo Boy, by the way, and now next is Vanguard. This is going to be really risky as they're going to be out in the open. The smokes won't even cover themselves up. Look, they're now going down one by one.
This is a big challenge for actually a lot of our players right now. It all just boils down to where would that circle actually go, and APG Skynin also will be taken down by the same team that he took 1 players out of, and Fearless here left with only Astro X and 7 support as they are still amidst this mountain. Oh, but with that nade coming from Time to Quick, that almost took down 7 support. most likely if he moved towards the left and did not actually go for that strafe onto his right side, he would have been taken down. But this is another attempt coming from Time to Quick, but he is just quite strong with those movements, and up until the end is still surviving.
And look at TTQ right now, Aya. 13 eliminations already for the side of TTQ. This is the TTQ that we
Wow.
know of during PMCL Summer. Circle will update one more time. Harame Bro able to sustain, by the way, the circle. And will the circle go away from that Mount Gatka? Yes, indeed. This is going to be bad for Fearless Esports. Same goes to TTQ. But they must move quick. As right now,
Mm-hmm.
KH, I think he sees 7 support just getting all of those smokes up on him. But looks like they're going to focus on the next objective, which is going to be the circle. Now, looks like 7 support already uh, woken up. 13 eliminations here for TTQ. Can they add more? Now the nades again coming in. Splash damage by KH. One more frag grenade and support will go down. Oh, 1
Oh,
HP left. My oh my, just one more bullet and one more splash and 7 support will
Woo.
go down. And there you go, Zuki with another frag grenade. How many nades do they have, Aya?
I'm not quite sure about that, but I'm quite certain that they used 5 or more just to knock down 7 support. That was a strong movement coming in from support that he was not knocked down that easily from the ends of our Time to Quick. So sort of that is an advantage for him that they have now less utilities to use later on. But we have R214 Mitchie still trying his best to climb this very high mountain. And if he is going to reach the peak, I'm not quite sure if he is still going to end up alive, as there are a lot of teams also in that spot. Fearless Asterix is still waiting from that end also on his lower side. That would be actually the full team of our bro with 3 players right now, and exactly coming in from
Ooh,
that zone. And before he got eliminated, he actually got to take down Nathan. So Nathan now needs to be revived as soon as possible because the movement is getting quite fast on our 7th stage.
and one man down for the side of Bro, but looks like they're going to go for the revive. Now KH try to look for Astro X. He does have that higher ground advantage. Ooh, the stun grenade. Actually, this is a beautiful play. Now Astro X will be blinded, but Claude will be eliminated, by the way. Now only 3 teams remaining, but good throw of that Molly coming from Astro X. Now it's going to be a
Ooh.
1v1, and now there you go. KH will confirm the kill. 15 eliminations now for the side of TTQ. And now 2 teams remain. A 3v4 situation. Harame Bro, though, they don't have really good terrain right now to work on. As Range right now, together with Nathan, they are trying to bomb KH. KH already has 6 eliminations, Aya. And you can add up Zuki with that 5. They might be boxed in here, Aya. And at the same time,
Yep.
look at this circle. They are not within the reach of the circle.
Exactly. And with Liquid being on the bottom and securing that area, they don't have much any place to go right now, as we have here Bro and Jibna receiving so much of those bullets, and this additional nade will go in, and that will be a knockdown onto the end of our Time to Quick. Not much space for our bros to move around. That is a good counterattack coming in from Bro Nathan as he rushes towards Jibna to go for that revive, but that is not going to be so possible right now, and that even cost his life, and we are left with Bro range within the range of our Time to Quick. Liquid will still be revived, but they still have 3 players up to try to pin down Bro Range right now, who isn't actually moving so much because he knows that he will be spotted anytime soon. And with that movement, will this just be a deny? And I guess that would not be a chance for him anymore, as his vehicle exploded from the bullets of Time to Quick.
And Time to Quick Esports. Wow. This is a strong statement being made by TTQ. And I'm not so sure how many eliminations they got right until the end. Because they got like 15 while they were at that mountaintop. And then eventually they got like additional 3 more. So this might be the most elimination count
exactly.
that we have
Yep.
all throughout the 3 days that we have casted, Aya. So good job. Good job for TTQ from Myanmar. And also, by the way, kudos to Harame Bro. Very consistent gameplay, to say
Yep.
the least. They got the winner chicken dinner for match number 1, and then they were able to get second place here on match number 2.
And now, as you have mentioned earlier, they actually have a total of 18, and that is the most that we had for week number 1. Just like what I've mentioned, I believe that was yesterday. I'm looking for those teams who will get that winner chicken dinner with 15 or more eliminations, and that is exactly what TTQ did right here. 18 in just one game with an additional points of 10 for that placement, 28 right away. This would most likely, again, push them to the top. But before that, let's go and watch our highlights. And now, after all of those highlights, those translated to our match rankings of match number 2. And that is, again, Time to Quick getting 28 overall points. I just really commend them for being able to not only contest that mountain from our Fearless, but even getting a lot of those points in the process as they were traversing through the first map of Erangel and eventually at the end where they got that winner chicken dinner. But for those other teams, the most unfortunate ones here in this map would be PBXMSI and GFS being the first team to be out. So let's just see if how else could they play the next 2 matches, as they have again a fresh clean slate to start and try to get that winner chicken dinner.
And like what I said, they got 28 points total. This is the most out of every matches that we already casted. So this is a record already being set by TTQ. And TTQ now with that score now is just a little bit of a push, and they will be top number 1 now, currently top number 2 with 114 points. 214 Esports still with 115. So this is a really good lineup of scores right now, not just for Philippines but for the side of Myanmar. You can probably say that, KE, if they were playing today, or if they were playing today like what they did in the previous days, then maybe they can try their luck as well for that top of that leaderboards. But look at now Harame Bro. Remember, they started top 19. Now they're top 11. The defending champs are back, in my opinion. They have regrouped. They have resetted themselves. And I'm just expecting them to be so good for each map that we still have in store for today.
Exactly. Coming from that chicken dinner on our Sandhawk map and that almost chicken dinner here in this second match, it just so happened that Favor was not on their side. They are coming from the bottom part of the mountain, and really, for Time to Quick, they had that best time during those moments that they had the high ground and the circle was actually in their favor. So just really kudos as well to Time to Quick to being able to hold on to that ground up until the end. So 18 eliminations for them, and looking at on the screen right now, 1 elimination for Harame Bro, but at least they are on that second spot. Meanwhile, for 214, kudos as well for Michi to for being able to try to get that last few moments inside of the game. It was just very unfortunate that he was left quite early. But overall MVP for this match number 2 was none other than Time Quick KH with a whopping 7 eliminations, Kuku, with 1,200 almost damage. That only shows how aggressive he was inside of that second map.
And it all started with a push of
Yep.
Goodfellas Gaming onto them, and then eventually that third party with the RTC. So it all started with that, and then
Yes.
followed up with that push coming from PBMS, and it was all about objectives. They were able to get to the circle first compared to PBMS, and PBMS was just way out in the open, just a test fire for the side of TTQ. They were able to eliminate them very simple. And then eventually, on top of Mount Gatka, they were able to defend against Fearless Esports and all of the other teams who was fighting for that very same position. You can probably add Claude from Hive International on there. And eventually, that's why they were able to get that 18 bombs here on match number 2. So it's not like what we have had yesterday, Aya, wherein we saw 4 consecutive winner chicken dinner for the Philippines. It is now balanced. Harami Bro is back, APG is back, Hive International is back. So Bro and TTQ got their own winner chicken dinner. Who will get that match number 3 winner chicken dinner? I would love to see Kill Enemy get that winner chicken dinner, Aya, because it will definitely balance out the overall rankings.
Yes, that would indeed balance out our overall rankings, and that would bring motivation for those teams on the bottom to actually do better. Most especially if their points are being lower on our scoreboard. So now, being on the top of our leaderboard still would be again our 2 and 4, but that is just merely a point behind our team. So they need to do even better in the next matches in order for them to not be pushed lower and not be overtaken by those teams on the bottom of their spot.
Well, for right now, we're just waiting for the next match to come, Aya. For the meantime, let's have a really short break here. This is Cuckoo TV together with Miss Aya Plays, and we'll be right back after this short break. And at it again, MCL Southeast 8 spring of 20 together with the one and only Miss Aya. And we are now coming to match number day number 3 of number 1. Again, another map coming in. TTQ just hit at the top of the hill, or that king of the hill up in match number 2. Will it be the same thing? Most likely it will not. And if it's not, then maybe we'll see another Harame Bro win. Cause you can see how focused Harame Bro is right now, right, Aya?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Very much focused on that goal and on that aim to not be cemented on their spot, as this is not, of course, the Harame Bro that we know. And just after a few matches, they're now on the spot where they are at right now. And entering our third match for today, Erangel map once again welcomes us to its beautiful terrain. Our circle, or our plane path rather, is coming from the end of Novo Ripnoye, probably going around to the northern side of the map, exactly from Novo Ripnoye. And of course, taking that SMB island all for themselves will be none other than our APG and NX for Novo Ripnoye. So for the rest of the teams, every dropping point is still accessible, except for the likes of Primors. Quarry might not be an easy journey for them, but the rest is easy as cake.
Yeah, you can also add Kameshki and Stalber to the mix, because you're gonna need to have a vehicle in order for you to be able to reach those areas. But for right now, nothing much in my opinion, because you can see Goat Esports going to their usual spot in Milta Power. You will not see Sin Esports for today because they're not playing. Milta Power will be open, so maybe Goat Esports can maybe extend their looting areas all the way to Milta Power. But where will the circle be popping out now? We saw the circle going to the Gatka area. Ooh, looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a safe circle right just down in the middle of that potato hill, just right nearby school and Pachinki. And you can see also Hive International now going to their usual spot in Yasnaya. No other teams out there in Yasnaya. I believe so. Team Max sometimes goes to Yasnaya or sometimes in Lipovka. But for the rest, it's all about getting the vehicles, getting the loots in the early stages of the game. Super X Esports right now, currently with 56 points. And again, this team, Aya, we never have seen them in the previous seasons of PMCL, but they are actually doing well compared to the other veterans out there. Like, you see APG right now, currently in top 17.
Yep.
I'm not so sure, Aya, how this is happening for APG.
Exactly. Even before we started week number 1, I actually said I had high hopes for our APGS. This is, of course, composed of very strong players individually. So it might be that their composition as a team is not as good, as big as their individual names. But we have here SG Migs enjoying his horse riding moments inside of the game just before he gets that buggy for himself, leaving his horse behind. What a sad moment. Kidding aside, but let's see how SG will actually go for those points right now, given that for the previous matches they are always on the side were
Oh, look
in
at this.
receiving a lot of damage. But 214, what an a good decision for now to get that circle, to get that mountain areas, as they knew that this was the previous spot where they battled out for those last moments.
Looks like they went on a hiking here. 214 Esports right now, just playing the game. Pretty nice. Usually they drop at Georgiapol, right around the south side of apartments of Georgiapol on the western side. Usually they also loot around hospital areas, so I understand why they're hiking around for now. TTQ though, the winners of match number 2, just lurking around the jungle areas right below the northern side island. And right now you can see the elimination proportion per player. KH now with 20 eliminations altogether, but look at MV
Mm-hmm.
just right there with 17. Liquid together with Zuki around there with 15 and 13. So this only means that TTQ has that well-oiled machine for everyone, wherein everyone is able to contribute, but most of the contribution is going for KH. And look at that damage output already with 5,000 damage output for KH.
Wow. What a jump indeed. For our time to quick from number 4, just around 76 points yesterday before we ended, and now they are at 114, and that is just after a few games. So this is really exactly as you've mentioned it, a well-oiled machine for each of the players for our time to quick, and they are keeping that machine going well as we enter our match number 3. So we are not yet sure, of course, how this would end up for them, but most likely, if they are going to keep that momentum, this will also be a nice match for their team. But for the moment, we are having PBMS versus our NX just passing by the area. And as we have also noticed in the previous matches, Pretzel is one of the players who is always the earliest to go out, and that is gonna take a toll on the team PBMS, as he is one of the biggest fraggers right now for PBE XMSI.
And it's probably happening because he's actually a rookie here in
Mm-hmm.
the pro leagues. This is his first time as well playing in the pro leagues here in PMCL. He hasn't really played much in the grassroots in the community tournaments that we have here in the Philippines. So let's see if he can try to adapt to the hardship here in this region, because it's not like the local community tournaments we're in. You'll be the ones dominating again. Everyone here is very good, like good, even good fellas from Brunei. Even them was able to get their own winner chicken dinner yesterday. So it's a new country, and they were able to get a chicken dinner in their debut day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is just so much of pure PUBG Mobile competitive hardship for the side of everyone else. But speaking of a one hard boss is what I call them. Probably the final boss of PMCL right now, Harame Bro. And Harame Bro has won already 2 consecutive championships.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, they won PMCL, and that gave them the slot for PMWC, and
Yep.
then they won in fall.
Ooh.
That gave them the slot in PMGC. But look at that, Nang X now introducing himself here in match number 3 with that knockdown onto TTQ.
Ooh, we have here APG holding this bridge right now, waiting for the rotations from the other end, and they would want to secure that elimination on time to quick Zuki. And we said earlier, if this is gonna be a nice momentum for the side of time to quick, they could easily get their points to the top. But being the first blood of the game, let's also see how well would time to quick adjust, even despite losing one of their players.
And right now, TTQ losing their one member. They still have KH though, so again, for as long as KH is alive, they still have a lot of firepower. Though, if you remember, Zuki was the second one in the eliminators for the side of TTQ. So, I mean, still, if KH is there, then they can probably still fight against a 4-man squad. But for the meantime, Fearless Esports Actually, I almost thought that they will be the ones winning that King of the Hill fight in the second matchup because they had the middle portion of that mountain again.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for Fearless Esports, they weren't able to defend because there's just so many teams from all angles
Yep.
who's actually giving them pretty much hell. If you remember, like TTQ was like bombing them all
Mm-hmm.
throughout those final stages, and I cannot really imagine how TTQ was able to get all those nades. But looking at the care package right now, just dropping out minor here with PBMS at farm area, they would have to rotate now because look at this circle. It is not within their reach, and usually, if you remember yesterday, Aya,
Mm-hmm.
PBMS also one of those teams who focuses going to the middle of the circle.
Yep. Center circle strategy for PBMS, for Bros, and for a lot of teams as well. But it just, of course, heavily relies on where the circle would favor. And most of the time, it favored PBMS, but sometimes it also goes out of their way. But out of the way of our Bros is one player of our kill enemy as they got one down. But that is not yet going to be a confirmation as they're trying to go for that rush. But as of this moment, he is already up and alive. Let's see if our bros would actually be able to secure that one, or would just that be one more kill not being secured for their side.
And Arame Bro, this is highly unusual for Arame Bro Aya. They don't usually, go aggressive in the early stages of the game, but if they have to, then they will have to engage. But for now, Jappy on top of the roof, I think he's able to spot one right around the church area, which is Devon right now is currently on there, but Devon will go down now as they were able now to, I think, recover their player who got knocked down earlier on. So we might see Kill Enemy to try to avoid this area or maybe to try to reposition so that they cannot be spotted by Harame Bro. And you can see them in the minimap right now. Switching over here to RTC. We talked about RTC during match number 2, Aya. I did mention that they would have to go for that third parties if they have
Mm-hmm.
to, which they did. Just so unfortunate that they didn't really have any much game plan, in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion, because
Yep.
they were just there to crash in. Eventually, Labo is not there, so
Mm-hmm.
the firepower is not complete
Mm-hmm.
for RTC. If they would go for third parties, they would just have to go all in together with all 4 members in order for them to work well and
Mm-hmm.
maybe eliminate the ones that they're third partying. So I guess for RTC, they learned their lesson in match number 2. Hopefully that they can try their luck here in match number 3.
Definitely, they need that so solid movement from the rest of the team, and that they should have to play as one. Because as we've seen earlier in that previous match, that was just them being all over the place, and all their movements weren't well calculated. That's why they ended in a tough spot. But now, as that movement of the circle now pushes through, they are inside of that one, so not much movement is required from their end, and the rest of the teams would need to rotate themselves towards the center of that circle. But for the situation of our Hive International, they are just quite inside, so they could also work with that one. Or if ever that they would want to go for that center circle strategy, they should move as soon as possible. And if ever they are gonna meet more of those teams there, they also need to go for that clear out.
And now with this type of interesting circle, you will see
Oh,
some random. Oh, look
oh
at that!
no!
Oh my goodness, that's an error
Yep.
done by you together with San, and now they're stuck out on that broken wall. And there you go, knockdown after knockdown now. San and you will go down. Arame Bro, oh, looks like they went towards apartments as well, as they were able to get those eliminations together with Goodfellas and Arame Bro right now. Unfortunately, the knockdowns got stolen by Goodfellas, and probably at the same time by Super X Gaming. Arame Bro now takes over one of the big apartments here in apartments area. So it's currently now 4 teams, Aya. If you try to do the math here, you can probably add the 5th one who is far away from the
Mm-hmm.
apartments. A lot of teams just renting all of these apartments.
Oh no. Now the landlord needs to arrive to claim all of those rents, but we are not sure if who are the teams who will be left staying in these apartments as they have their own buildings right now. DFS is on the other, Bros are on the other, we have Time to Pick on the other, and the rest are scattered right now with SX in the middle. And from the school areas, that would still be Kill Enemy who has that vision onto their spot. So Jibna here also needs to be careful of his side, and the rest of the teams are trying to battle it out while PB, or rather APG versus KHI, could have that chance to meet, but both of them would just want to avoid those battles right now.
And right now, the top. This guy is an MVP out in this region, and right now we haven't really, seen him go all out, kind of like what TTQ has been doing so far. Oh, but look at this. HI is crashing in together with APG. My goodness, but top now showing up. Damon goes down. Skynin, though, goes down, courtesy of Blanks from a different angle. And right here we have Ryman who eliminates Skynin. APG still having some troubles as Ryman now is on 1 HP. And he will now try to bail out from the scene. Nangex and top will be the last two guys for APG. Now Circo will shift away from them. And this is going to be pretty much a hardship for all of the teams who went towards the apartment areas. And good thing for Silent Gods, they are now right smack at the middle. But still, while that is happening, Aya, the gunfire never stops as KHI still holding on here, sustaining against APG as Nangex is already down. Fern is still alive here, but then again, here comes Haramibro range. But there we go, you can see now Fern G as he tries to go for the spray down onto Blanks. Blanks go for the bait gameplay. Ooh, but the top is there to go for the kill. And now Ryman is currently down. Now Blanks will have to get this aim done. Oh my goodness, it's not hitting the top. And then again, the top is still alive, but there you have it. It's going to be the Blanks now knocking down the top. Eventually, he gets taken down by Fern G. And now, where are the other members of KHI? That is the problem of KHI. There's not much of any follow-up from them. But again, the chaos here in Apartments Aya still continues.
Still continuing it right now, and GFS Shaco just took a step back as he received that Molotov coming from below to delay his push, as SX0 was able to knock down one of the players just below, which is our NX, and that was another peek coming from there. And meanwhile, Beast here is receiving that nade coming in from below him, which is a full squad of our Harami Bro, but he is still surviving so far. But this is a movement from our NX onto his side. Meanwhile, Bro Jappy actually has been spotted by GFS Beast, and that is an instant elimination, and he was put to the ground right now and put to the ground onto the stairs. GFS Shaco versus everyone from the side of Nexus Vanguards. 2 will be taken down, and 1 is still up and alive, but that will not be an alive player anymore as they were wiped by GFS Shaco.
Wow, nice play here for Goodfellas Gaming. They were able to contain that team that they were defending against, which is Nexus Vanguard. And look at Harami Bro right now. All of a sudden, now down to only 1. And this is Jibna, which is still hiding inside this building, in the highest building of apartments. And he's actually being hunted right now by the players of GFS. Not so sure, though, if they can find Jibna in the process. But again, this is the trouble that you will have eventually if you would go directly to apartments. Eventually, if the circle would not go to apartments, it'll be really hard for you to bail out from that area or maybe to rotate to another place. And that's what happened here with Arami Bro. Arami Bro really had no choice. Eventually, there's just so many gunshots from all angles. They cannot find any cover. And now they're down to only 1, which is Jibna. And again, look at Goat. Bunny was just hiding on the corner. Emas might get a surprise attack here as he's now ready with a DBS. Ooh, actually damages Emas for a little bit. And now Bunny does have 4 frag grenades, but looks like he's going to go for the shotgun finish here.
Ooh.
But Emas is ready for action as Goat Esports, unfortunately, won't be able to surprise attack Emas.
That is a good one, courtesy of Emas right now. But let's see where the circle will actually cover right now, and that is going to the side of SG. And now they are not allergic with that circle. RTC is also inside of that one, PBMS, as well as a bit of the apartments area, but that is disadvantaging our bros right now. Onto this view, we have here 214 Mitchie and Yumi Boy inside that very small shack wherein they don't have much area to move around, and they're just confined there right now. And with that confinement comes the bullets of SX Treasure, but adding this nade coming in from Kill Enemy Master.
Ooh.
G2K proves that he is that master grenader right now, taking advantage of the moments that our 214 is actually struggling.
And Master D2K with that frag grenade, knocking down one player of 214. Now goes for the confirmation shotgun finish onto Yumi Boy. And at the same time, his teammate was able to finish off Michi. And now for 214, they're now down to 2, Emas and Kree, hiding in this small dog shack. And again, Aya, with this type of circle, it just goes to show how hard it is to rotate. There's not much of any buildings. That's why all of the other teams went onto the apartment areas.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And speaking of apartment areas, the battles are still far from over as we still have your 4 teams, GFS. We have here a lot more of those, but now in the middle is our PBMS facing it with our APG who is just driving by that area. And speaking of, that was APG Fernji being secured actually by a different team, RTC, going for that perfect third party that we are looking from them. And now that was one missed opportunity for our PBMS to actually secure that elimination, leaving APG top in the middle of everyone else. It is also a very dangerous spot for him to take, but at least better than nothing.
Better than nothing. For now, top all alone. Just looking at PBMS. Now YG. Smile and Romeo Boy still alive. But look at Romeo Boy confirming that knockdown onto Astro X. So Fearless Esports is now down to only 2. Smoke gameplay will now commence for the side of YG. They don't have any vehicles, and it's not really a good idea to use a vehicle right now, Aya, because there's just so many teams just waiting at those remaining compounds in this circle. Now the nades are coming in from Romeo Boy. It's not going to hit Pub. It's just way over to the right. Ooh, but 7 support from the backside got spotted by Trezier, and that's going to be from Super X Esports, and then goes for the confirmation. Just tap away with that M4, and now it's going to be YG. Not really much of a choice. They need to make this push towards Pop. And now look at the veterans from YG and Fearless. Unfortunately for Fearless, they will now bow down to YG.
YG cleared that spot very well and on point, although they also received a bit of those bullets. That was still a good trade, but this is not a good movement for them as they just enter the circle. They will again need to move their way through, but KE would actually be welcoming them later on together with our SG, who could easily have that access onto their entry points towards the circle. But on our stage 5, closing in just a bit, all of them needs to prepare very well, as this is going to be crunch time for most of them.
Yeah, crunch time. Actually, not yet, because you can see 12 teams remaining, so it's just way too many teams for now in the 6th stage of the circle. And look at Hive now. Not much of any choice. They need to push RTC, and RTC needs to make that defense activated. Dale coming out with a monster truck, and there you go. The defense, Snitch Boy knocks 762 down. Next one will be Dale, but Dale with that quick peek with that S12K knocks down Snitch Boy. Also, Labo goes down, and then 9E Boy goes down as well. It's gonna be Nish, the last guy. Ooh, knocks down Jared. And then now Claude will be the other guy for Hive International to save the day. But looks like he's gonna go for some reposition. Oh, but look at that! Nish able to knock down Claude and Jared, and Nish! 3v1! RTC is still left standing, and he can actually go for the revive with all 4 members of RTC.
OMG, this is what we have been asking from RTC, and they are doing it right away. But right in front of YG Master Smile is a full squad of KE who is very prone to those frag grenades. Master Smile setting up that one, but that was a bit too late, and he was not able to push that through. Cancelled already, but now Master Smile also got cancelled from those bullets of KE. ITER X being wiped out from only 2 eliminations, and SG here joining those nades onto the end of our KE. Will that land perfectly? That will land, but just will provide a bit of that damage. Bro Jibna, on the other hand, will be receiving a lot of bullets coming in from GFS, and that will be them going out and going back to the lobby right now.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Goodfellas already with 10 eliminations. The team from Brunei, the first timer in PMCL. Not looking
Wow.
at like a first timer, Aya, to say the least.
Mhm.
As Miner will take out APG. The top was the guy. And PBMS now has 1 elimination still in this game with 8 teams remaining. We are now on stage number 6. And by the way, the circle is still within the reach of the apartment. So this is good for all of those apartment takers. Except
Yep.
for Arame Bro, who got eliminated already. And
Mhm.
Super X can still go at it against GFS. And there's also another squad, which is TTQ, who is right in the middle. But most likely they will get sandwiched if the circle will not be in their favor. But for now, PBMS just looting around his miner, trying to replenish all of those utilities. Circle now will shift over to where 214 and RTC. Will this be RTC's moment, Aya?
Oh, that would be a good thing to see right now, as that is going to be a huge leap as well coming from their end. But joining that circle will also be SG from the northern side, so we are not yet sure how this will end up. But going back to the apartments area, just like what happened to the bros earlier, they are now being left outside of the safe zone. So all they need to do is, of course, eliminate each other first before joining and entering our next safe zone. And nades are now being thrown left and right, smokes as well to cover the line of sight from the end of their opponents. But who will actually be successful and efficient into entering the zone? That is still quite very uncertain right now, as this is sort of a mission impossible by the looks of it.
Well, it might be possible for now, because they do have smokes. And they have those smoke launchers to use for later on. And look at this. GFS
Ooh.
getting all of those smokes as well. But Shako! Again, 5 eliminations already for this guy. Another knockdown for Shako. Eliminates the 2 members that are left for Super X Esports. And now TTQ will get eliminated also, courtesy of PBMS. And now all eyes. And Shako is on fire right now. Shako, just heal up, man. Heal up for now. Just prone on the ground. KE will be eliminated. And now Goodfellas is going to try to put pressure on MM. And that is it for MM. And now they do have the circle down on the bottom side. 4 teams remain in this game.
Oh my gosh, GFS showing us a different flavor to the game. At the same time, together with our RTC, this is a different RTC than what we have seen for yesterday and for the past few moments inside of the week number 1. But now they're trying to gatekeep our SG in order for them to not anymore share the circle with them, as that moves in quite a while. But 214 here is quite a bit quiet. They're just waiting and observing everything else happening, but they are the ones who are going to be favored by the heavens getting inside the circle. They could have that best chance to knock down our GFS, but that is actually the opposite thing that is happening right now. They are being targeted by our GFS with all of those utilities being thrown, and Nate is actually right in front of them. Not quite sure what is that one, but they are still surviving. So they are inside of that shack that is very prone to everything. So timing is indeed something that they need to work on, and at the same time they need to defend themselves very well later.
And RTC, they still have 4-man strong. 6 eliminations now for the squad. The defense of RTC was really good. Now look at this. Silent Gods will now try to get into the circle, but still not enough, Aya. Still not enough. And now RTC showing their presence here on the eastern side of the circle. They already have set up the smokes that they need to set up for them to be able to get in. Looks like only one player has already got into the circle. And for RTC, they still have 3 players left out in the circle. So they still need to make some work. And Snitch Boy, look at this guy. Claire will go down. And look at this, Migs. He does have this AMR weapon. Can it connect? This is a one-shot sniper. We haven't really seen this gun being used in in the pro leagues, but it's now being introduced by Migs. Now he goes for the gunshot spray down, and the blue zone will try to eat him alive. And look at this. Only the smokes will, cover them up. Eventually, once the smoke will go out, everyone from Silent Gods will be out in the open.
Yep, exactly. And on our stage number 9, actually, they don't need much of a movement as they will be spotted by their opponents. But going for those exchange of nades, our SG Silent Gods were taken down one by one. And that is them being sprayed down to the ground, and to the ground as well will be 214 MS trying to get inside of that shack to cover himself, but GFS Shaco is already pushing and crawling his way in, adding with that smoke so that he can cover himself from the perspective of our RTC. And from behind, 214 Crystal up and trying to take down those players of our RTC through that smoke. All of those bullets, not much would push through, but a bit would damage 9E-Boy and Nishki. And as they all crawl, Kuku, this is going to be a proning game.
Yeah, it's a prone game for this game. It's going to be same goes with 214. And Shaco has been doing it. He's on fire with 7 eliminations. And looks like he's going to go fire his gun at will. But he needs to be careful. Will get spotted eventually. And that is it for Shaco. Kree will be able to do that. But look at RTC. Eliminates all members of 214. One last guy left for GFS. And there you go. RTC from Singapore gets their own winner chicken dinner for today.
What a game that we had there. Those underdogs so far from our leaderboard showing themselves to us on the screen. And that is exactly what we have here. RTC, their first winner chicken dinner for the week and their first for today. Who knows, they might add up later on as they are really showing a good performance to us. They have improved a lot, and that is just after 2 days. So it is really exciting to see what more RTC could actually show us with, look at this, 11 eliminations plus those 10 placement points. That would really be something that could change the story for our RTC.
All I can say, Aya, is a little bit of a shout out there to Sis Jenny, who she has been helping out the scene in the Singaporean PUBG mobile scene out there in Singapore. So I hope that she's still active. I'm not really sure anymore for now. But it's good to see the Singaporean squads winning games here in PMCL. But for now, let's watch the highlights. And we're back here with the match rankings as RTC was able to get their first winner chicken dinner of the whole tournament just after 3 days. 21 points in the bag for RTC, and we've been calling them out. We've been calling them out ever since match number 2, or probably even match number 1. I can't remember anymore. And now they have shown up, and it was all because of that clutch moment by Nish. Without Nish, without that clutch moment against Hive International, they cannot win this one. And it might be that Hive International, if they won that in exchange with RTC, they might gotten that winner chicken dinner in this match number 3. But look at now the update after that match, and since then the TTQ wasn't able to really move really freely in match number 3. 214 will still take that number 1 spot with 130 points.
Exactly, and slowly but surely widening that gap so that time to quick would not be quick to catch up with the points that they have done. But looking on to the second page of our leaderboards, not much of movements or being seen here, but let's see if later on our teams would actually do a lot better. Probably with the exception of RTC going to the first page of our screen. So speaking of our screen, we have your RTC, GFS 214, and SG, 4 of the teams who tried to get that winner chicken dinner away from RTC. But I believe that is really for RTC, that was their time to shine. They had full advantage of the circle. They still have 4 players left, and everything else was actually in their favor. So kudos to them. And exactly as you've mentioned, RTC Nishki, kudos to him because without him, that probably wouldn't be a chicken dinner for them, as they probably could have ended quite earlier in the match.
And let's not get the performance of GFS to be overshadowed by the winner chicken dinner of RTC. 14 eliminations for the side of Goodfellas Gaming from Brunei. First timers in this PMCL region, and they're able to, give their all and give a really good game for each game against all of these top tier teams from Myanmar, from Cambodia, from the Philippines, and also from Singapore, which we normally see last year. And now with Brunei being introduced to the scene, this only goes to show Aya that our region does have those hidden gems, kind of like Goodfellas Gaming. And you know what? By the time that day number 5 comes in, I'm gonna ask Sir Cloud, because I remember when we had a podcast, he was a former coach of a Brunei team during the 32nd Southeast Asian Games, and I want to know which team, or is this the team that he actually had coached before?
Oh, that is quite interesting. But for now, we are going to have a very short break, and we will be back at your place together with Cuckoo TV.
I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life's beating past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life's beating past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone.
What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger? Or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're not initial facing threats alone. We always stand already. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise. Embrace our strength and let your courage lead the way. Yeah, boy.
Welcome back, and you are still watching the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring 2025 League Stage, week number 1 and day number 2. And we are your casters for today. I plays together with Kuku TV, and we have just finished 3 matches for today, and the recent one being RTC dominating in that battle.
Yeah, RTC was able to get the circle. They were able to defend first against one of the top teams right now in week number 1 for the group stage, and they were able to finalize the deal against 214 Esports right at the end. And at the same time, they were also able to defend against the champions of the PMNC Southeast Asia wildcard, which is Goodfellas Gaming. So that's a treat for the Singaporeans for tonight, as they were able to get their first ever chicken dinner for this week. But again, they need to be consistent, because again, look at their scores earlier on in the overall rankings, Aya. They're not yet in that zone or in that rankings wherein you would have to say to yourself, well, this ranking is good for me. So for RTC, just continue their consistent gameplay, and why not for later on, maybe they will be in the top 10. But for right now, Aya, let's talk about here the newest, or it is actually the PUBG Mobile 7th anniversary music collaboration, and it is on its way. I've seen this one already in the PUBG Mobile Esports post. It is Alan Walker, which is one of our favorite artists for PUBG Mobile. But then again, there's also the update coming, the version 3.7, 7th anniversary version coming in March. The golden moon is about to rise, and the memories of flowing sand will once again begin to drift.
Of course, we have all of these amazing collaborations, but this event is proudly brought to you by Techno, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers, and with the Camon 30S powered by a fast gaming processor and a 120Hz ultra smooth AMOLED curved screen, and also exclusive support of the Dolby Atmos in-game. Your gaming experience is now more responsive and lag-free, and we will see if this Erangel match would be lag-free for everyone, because this is already the moment wherein we are more than half of our matches for today. That means they have less of chances to get more of those points.
Right now, flight path from Novo up to the western side of Gatka. This is a really extreme south flight path, Aya. So this means that this will be a pretty hard flight path for everyone. And this also means that they might be fighting for vehicles right around the areas, right around, probably around Milta, Shelter. Some would probably meet up around Gatka area, or maybe right around school. But then again, we might see some early pick-offs as well, as Nexus Vanguard together with APG just, safely dropping down to their usual spot. So not really much for them. We have, and another thing here, Aya, we haven't seen a circle yet down on some Snufka military base. So if I jinxed it right now to have a circle down below, then maybe I'll be one of the people to ask for when it comes to the circle.
Maybe you could be the next Nostradamus, but we will see for that later. Oh, that's sort of a bit partly Sisnovka military base, so not a bad prediction. And it still, though, mostly comprises most of our main island, so a lot of those teams would not have a problem later on, not having a bit of those troubles. But here, trouble is actually on the verge to happen, as KHI Blanks is in the same vicinity with our SG, which is Claire, and they're actually just a few meters away from each other and not much in their hands. So let's see how they will actually juggle this one.
Claire versus Blanks. Ooh, look at that. Lucy gets the knockdown, but unfortunately Ryman is there to go for the trade knock, and Claire won't be able to go for that trade, and now Blanks is on its way. I was just about to say, Aya, Claire versus Blanks. We've seen this one all the way back to 2020, all the way back to 2021, and they're still fighting and go. You look at that, Claire with that shot with an M762, as Blanks will be the first blood of this game. Lucy, I'm not sure if he's going to survive this one, but right now, KHI is committing this engagement against Silent Gods.
They are indeed committing with this one, but look at KHI Ryman. I'm not sure if he is actually ready for this battle, as he is not yet resetting his HP. Probably just like SG Koopa here, he doesn't have much in his hands and in his backpack. So probably just a few bandages, if ever. That's why he was able to replenish a bit of those HPs that have been lost earlier. But just as SG Koopa is experiencing, they are all at a lack of utility. So this is of course not the best time to battle, but they don't have any other choice but to face this one. And from behind, SG Migs is actually going to get nearer and nearer to Ryman. They will go for that 1v1 situation. And from that DP28 going through Ryman, he will be knocked down eventually. And from afar, using that vehicle, AHI is actually trying to escape these bullets, but was actually successful in doing so. So now that they have already lost two of their players, I'm not quite sure how they will be able to survive later on.
And that's the beauty of. Oh, and while I was saying that, Koopa just ran over Ryman, confirming that elimination. Now for KHI, they're down to only two players left remaining. And I was about to say, Aya, that's the beauty of the new buff that was given to M249s and DP28s.
Mm-hmm.
They basically got buffed, and if you want to use those guns, it's basically best for you to use them now because one
Mm-hmm.
of these updates eventually they will have to change again or maybe
Yep.
nerf it for later on. So I mean, you might probably see some of the pro players that we're watching right now use an M249, and again, that's
Mm-hmm.
because of that buff that was given on the recent update.
Exactly. I actually am fond of using M249 mainly because the more chances that I could even put down an enemy because of the number of bullets. But other than that, I don't have any other reason to do so. But that is exactly why I'm using it. But now that it is actually buffed, so most likely I would use it even further, and maybe, just maybe, I can become a pro player. But just kidding aside, that is far from happening, as we all know how much the effort and hard work of our pro players go inside of the game. So, speaking of, let's see if that will actually pay off later on in this battle.
Well, right now, Aya, let's talk about Fearless Esports. Fearless Esports right now, they haven't really gotten really good scores, to be honest with you. And that's all because probably of the other teams who are fighting against them. Remember, on match number 2, where TTQ basically just, sandwiched Fearless Esports altogether, together with the other squads as well. Fearless Esports needs to, get other positions besides like famous positions that is being taken by the other squads, and maybe if they can do that. And speaking of Fearless, by the way, they have subbed in Ranzer for this matchup. Pozo will not be playing for the meantime, and again, this is the dynamic of having a sub player. You're able to check and see the balance of every each player. It looks like Pozo is having a bad night maybe, and again, I mentioned this one before, Aya, that Ranzer is one of those players from Cambodia that can probably be the next Kainin, the next Nang X. But right now, I think he's still in that progress that he's actually having here with Fearless Esports, and we haven't seen much of Ranzer
Mhm.
as of this time.
Yes, we are not seeing the same Ranzer that we have seen before, so let's expect that to either happen today or probably in the next week of our week number 2 for the league stage. So that is also going to be the same thing for a lot of the teams and a lot of the players who are adjusting yet inside of this league stage. And we have here on the screen 214, still with that 14-point gap onto Time to Quick. So they are not going to go any further unless Time to Quick goes above and gets that winner chicken dinner with a lot of points together with our Young and Galacticus. But so far, they're still reigning on top.
And right now, Beast GFS again, 14 eliminations for this team in the previous matchup. If they can continue with that consistency, Aya, we could probably see Goodfellas Gaming in the top 5 by the end of the day. And again, that's a pretty good statement for the team from Brunei. Again, the first timers in PMCL, and they're now providing that all-out war against all of the other countries that is, the usual countries that we see here in this region, like the Philippines, Cambodia, Myanmar, and even Singapore, who just won their winner chicken dinner in the last game. RTC though, I'm not so sure if they're gonna survive this game, because look at them right now out in the blue, together with the Hive International, and they must make sure that they won't get picked off by teams, because that's their problem. The rotation is the problem for RTC. Once they rotate, sometimes they get knocked down easily.
And with their situation that SX and Hive International is actually fighting and having that clash in front of our RTC, they could have a bit of a trouble if ever they run into them later on. But as we're looking on to Hive International, that they are still alive, of course, with one elimination, courtesy of 762. I'm not quite sure if they are actually having a difficult time as they are still outside of the circle. But as they enter, the biggest question is, will they not meet those teams who are guarding the circle, as we've seen in the previous scene, where the teams are already inside of the circle and they are holding their same respective places.
Right now, PBMS rotating in the areas of Gatka. It's really out in the open for PBMS, and you can see them now trying to go over to the hillside so that they will not be easily be picked off by some of the teams. But look at this. Looks like they're now chasing range of Arami Bro, and range, by the way, is the scout of Arami Bro. And looking at the situation, it is Arami Bro who's firing at will over to Pretzel. Pretzel now down to half HP. You will need to heal up for now, but for the meantime, Mas from 214 Esports will be eliminated in this game. So for 214, the struggle continues for 214. I mean, they did do pretty well in match number 3, but for the rest, I think 214 needs to go back to the drawing board. Maybe there's something wrong right now with them. I think they're still happy with the 3 chicken dinners yesterday, but you don't have to be complacent, Aya.
Yep.
Like, you have to you focus every single game, because again, this format this season, not with 3 weeks anymore, now with only 2 weeks.
And we have here on the screen on the kill feed, that is KE Kaya onto our Fearless, and that is their answer responding to that knockout was another knockout onto KE Kaya. But Asrex here is still waiting for that revive, and this distance in between them would not actually make things any faster, so they both have ample time to go for that revive. But going back to 1-4, yes, they should not be too complacent. Things and the pacing here in PUBG Mobile, most especially in PMCL, is quite very swift. So if in any case that they are actually not moving in their spot, most likely there are teams who would want to replace them in where they are situated at right now. So for 2-4, let's see and let's hope that they would not be pinned down any further in where they are at, because everyone else, of course, would want to take the number 1 spot.
And look at this shift of the circle now. A lot of teams now wanting to get that middle portion of that circle. I mean, if you remember, going all the way back to PMCL Fall, usually we would only see like 1 or maybe 2 or 3, but now look at them. Just pack of squads inside the middle of the circle. But right now, KHI, Demios with a Murado trying to rotate all the way from the eastern side. They're now going to get some gunshots from different areas now. And you can see those gunshots from the mini-map. And they're able to avoid these all because of the terrain right around this area. It's not like an even terrain. It's like going down and it goes up sometimes. So it's an uneven terrain. But there you go. Demios, who is actually already in the small dog shack, will be taken down by Pretzel from PBMS. And this means that KHI will most likely not want to go back, because they will get shotted. They will get sprayed down by the teams, especially here. We see Fearless Esports now spraying down on Damon, and there you go. Good for KHI. It's only just Demios and Damon.
Oh no. Once again, not adding or not being able to add more of those points. This is Not so nice for our KHI, but this is a nice thing for our PBMS as they already have 2 eliminations and 1 is from that recent elimination onto our other team, which is our NX in front of our bros. Godspeed would want to hide himself behind that broken wall, but he is now broken and going back to the lobby as the rest of Nexus Vanguards would be guarded by bros in taking those eliminations courtesy of Bro Range. And meanwhile, as all of those happen, we have 214 Michi eliminating the rest of our SX, and that was actually SXN knocking down himself with that Molly.
And right now, while this is happening, GFS and Hive is fighting at the same time on the screens. 214 now will have to fight against Yangon Galacticos, but Kree, ooh, knocks down Smile, but he gets taken down with a frag grenade. And now for YG, they can go for the push now, as Kree will be down to low HP. Claude will also be eliminated. Same goes to Mix, who will go down. TTQ and Silent Gods is now fighting. While this is happening, Yangon Galacticos is now bombing towards 214 Esports, as Kree will be confirmed. The grenade elimination will go for the side of YG Romeo Boy. And right now, Kaya will be able to eliminate Zuki on the kill feed. Again, a lot of exchange happening off cam and in cam. And there we go, 762 again going at it at GFS. Mazzy will go down. Beast will be the last guy here inside this house, as Dale will be pushing in. Where are others for the side of GFS? Looks like GFS only has one more, and he's now going to go for the bailout. And this is Shako, who did do a lot in the previous matchup.
Yep.
And he will just hide for now. For the meantime, the match continues here between 214 and YG.
Now 214, we are again feeling that struggling moments from their ends, losing Kree, losing MS in the early portion of this battle, leaving only Yumi Boy, and we have here Michi together with him throwing those nades, but actually that would not welcome our Yang Galactus, and as they push forward, he needs to run away, and he needs to run for his life, as all of those bullets are onto him right now, providing a bit of that cover in from Romeo Boy. Luckily, he survived all of those bullets, but will he survive the next ones as they are now closer to his spot?
Now Yumi Boy is pinned down in the dog shack. Now Michi will have to provide that support from afar. And YG, not so sure Aya. How will they do this, as the smokes now will be popping off for the side of 214. Mernat, I think he was able to get some hits onto the side of Michi. While this is happening, there are a lot of eliminations that did happen, especially for Harami Bro, together with others like PBMS, which is right now they're down to only 2 players left standing. But again, YG now needs to be careful, because Yumi Boy, this guy can go for clutches as Red goes down. Now, look at this. It's now going to be PBMS. Killing around will be APG, as Hive International will be eliminated with 4 total eliminations. Now Miner will have to go quick on towards APG. Nades coming in onto MM, and MM will be taken down together with that Coop RP. Going far away from him. No more cover for MM. Another nade coming in. And now it's going to totally eliminate MM. Miner will get eliminated as well with a frag grenade, and APG is back.
What a utility warfare that had happened there between APG and PBMS, and the last player would be Pretzel, and no crumbs left for our PBEX MSI, as they are all now wiped out by our APG coming in from that engagement. But 214 Michi surprisingly being able to knock down Cloud here on the side of our Yang Galactus. Romeo is in front of him right now, going for that juggle spray down, and that is a good win coming in from 214, despite them being at the biggest disadvantage. 5 eliminations so far from 214 Michi, and it is safe to say that that was a squad wipe onto YG.
And 5 eliminations for Michi. So this means that he probably got all members of Yangon Galacticos. So a total of 6 already for the side of 214. But for the meantime, let's now see KE as they now try to third party the situation. Kaya. The last 2 members actually for KE is Kaya, and there's another guy. I'm not so sure where he is now. Oh, there he is. Iterex just hiding inside a dog shack. Circle will be closing in. Who will take this circle? Most likely RTC and yeah, there we go. I can be the next Nostradamus. I can Nostra
Yes.
everyone with this circle prediction, and now the circle will go to RTC again. So if this circle will still go to RTC, RTC can do the same thing, like what they did on match number 3, and hopefully they can make that defense well, and they can finally make another win for a second chicken dinner, a back-to-back chicken dinner for them. But for the meantime, APG, like what I said, they are back here in this game. They're now going up against Chill Guy of GOAT Esports. And speaking of GOAT, they're still alive with 4 members strong. I'm not so sure where are the others, but it's all alone here is Chill Guy. Now nades coming in from boats. Looks like Chill Guy will be spotted by the nade of Nangex. Nangex again, this guy has been doing it for APG, and he needs help. He needs help.
Indeed, he needs help from his teammates right now, and we are looking forward to that moment later on, probably at the latter parts of our matches. But we have our GOAT just speeding their way through that circle onto the eastern side of our next safe zone, and as Kei Ikaya will be taken down by range. That will be him taking that point. Meanwhile, GOAT Chill Guy is now gonna chill in back to the lobby as APG would be able to secure and confirm that elimination as Dang X just goes behind that tree as his only cover. This is the downside of having a very open field. All you need to rely on is the trunk of the trees.
And for now, it's going to be Fearless versus Harame Bro. As Nangex again on the kill feed. He is not stopping. Boy, this kid is the hope for Anchor PUBG or APG. But for now, it's going to be range, throwing up the nade. Fearless is now closing in. Nathan needs to throw that nade now, as he's also getting bombed by the side of Fearless. One last nade left for the side of Fearless Esports, and there you go. That's the first knockdown onto Harame Bro. The top, able to spot him down. Now it's going to be Jibna's time, and range to make that defense locked in. Ooh, but look at that. Jibna goes for the trade knockdown from that frag grenade, and now throwing that molly will most likely delay things up for the side of Fearless Esports. And at the same time, this will give Harame Bro time to revive Nathan.
Oh, yes, they need that revive right now. But as we are moving, oh, actually, he is up and alive. But going for those nade, it was range onto Fearless Popo, but that did not do so much. So he is still gonna go to whatever he is trying to do earlier as they push our bros. But trying to go for a step back just a bit, because on the other side of our screen, we have your APG securing the rest of our GOAT Esports, and that is a good elimination from their end. Meanwhile, APG is now already unstoppable as they are inside of our match number 4. But going back to the battle that we have here, Bros and Fearless are still continuing with that one as they were managing to knock down Astro X in the process. In APG, the unstoppable team is now here to have fun.
Yeah, third party coming in from APG. The battle between Harame Bro and Fearless has been happening now probably for 5 minutes already, Aya. And look at that, Jibna able to deal some damage over to Fearless. And he needs some first aids. He doesn't have any first aids anymore. And now the push will be coming in onto Popov. Popov right now all alone for Fearless. All 3 members of Harame Bro still alive after that exchange. And remember, Aya, it was a 4v3. And Harame Bro was able to defend that 4-member strong of Fearless Esports, and probably with the help of APG from the backside. Now Harame Bro, they will have to be careful though, because anyone can try to backstab them all of a sudden. Especially now, if you look at the minimap, 214, a potential backstabber for the side of Harame Bro.
Potential backstabber indeed, but with the movement of this circle, TTQ would receive that side we're in. They are the most unlucky when it comes to the circle, but they are just pushing through facing head on with a battle in front of our RTC, challenging them right now. Ooh, a nice jump shot coming from Labuko to make that one more with that S12K. Perfect peak from him right there. And as they welcomed our time to quick, that was a quick to knock down and make that
Oh,
3 eliminated is our time to quick. They struggled so much, and that was not the best moment for them, but for RTC, that is indeed one of their highlights.
I love the aggression coming from the Singaporean team RTC. This is what Singapore region is missing: the aggression, the frag grenades being thrown out. Oh, and Shaco spotted by the top, just quietly rotating. All of a sudden, he gets fired at will by APG. Unfortunately for GFS, they will not survive this game. But going back here to Rami Bro, the potential backup is now commencing as Yumi Boy and Michi is now throwing nades over to range, Nathan and Jibna. They do have a lot of frag grenades in store for them, but they have to be careful though with, just using them just for the sake of using them. They must get information first before they throw these nades. Yumi Boy does have 7. Now he threw that one out. 6 more left for him, but they have to wait for the next circle. 36 seconds left here for the stage, and with stage number 7 lurking around, it might go to RTC later on. So let's see and find out, Aya, what will be the next circle.
Let's see if that will still favor our RTC as they took that winner chicken dinner earlier, or will it be a different one this time around? And speaking of around the spot of where bros are at right now, APG Skynin is actually there to give them that pressure, and Range is receiving all, if not most, of those bullets. That's why he is now knocked down. And yes, that would still go a bit to RTC Labukun right now, giving ample space for the rest of the team to move around and to stay in at right now. But that is a fairly open spot with less of the areas for them to serve as their fortress. So this is indeed a big challenge for everyone.
And look at this, Jibna searching for Popov. Popov has been prone down on the ground. Now Yumi Boy will try to throw the nade onto Nathan. Nathan is actually going for the heal. Michi just came back. He was trying to get a position in the circle, and then there goes the nade who eliminates Range. Oh, and wow, another nade. And this is what I'm talking about, Aya. Just be patient, get information, throw that nade when you know where you have to throw the nade. And there you go. Jibna got spotted by Popov, who's been hiding for so long, and now for 2-1-4. They do have 8 eliminations already, 6 coming from Michi. And now, all they need to do now is get into the circle while Popov is going to try to crawl his way through. He needs to be careful, though, because he's now spotted by Michi. Now 7 eliminations now for Michi.
Wow, what a number of eliminations do you have for Michi in that? Once again, clash in between them and YG was really spot on, and that catalyzed his points now up to 7. And with this meeting onto RTC, I believe they would be the ones having the next skirmish, but that is also APG from afar who also spotted them, and with that nickname from Yumi Boy that just damaged a bit another boy, which is N9E Boy. And Michi here together with Yumi Boy, both of them have their eyes onto the farthest opponent, which is APG.
And look at that spray. Did you see that? Just
Yep.
on-point accuracy from Yumi Boy, and now he heals up with the bandages, just saving up those first aids. And he's inside the Coop RB, just scouting the areas, and there you go, the top from the backside, able to knock down one player off from RTC. But again, they don't have that view. They do have some ridges, and they do have some smoke to use, so most likely RTC. Oh no, RTC down, and that's again because of that third party coming from 214. They knew who got taken down from the kill feed. Thank you very much, the top, as per 214. And now the top knocks down Nish, and now the nades are gonna be coming from 214. They want to add more in the lineup here. Now 7 eliminations for Michi. He can maybe add 2 more, as now the spray down comes in, and there you go, Michi obliterating the whole players of RTC. And now it's going to be a 2v3. APG does have the advantage here, but you can see Mitchie is on fire right now.
He is indeed on fire as they put our RTC to sleep after that sweep, and that was really, really perfect, if I can say it that way, as RTC is just confined in that spot we're in. 214 had that advantage to get that upper hand and capitalize over that situation. Meanwhile, that is exactly what APG is doing right now. Repositioning above them is Fern G so that he could have a better spot on the 214. So they really need to be careful, as they might be a bit unsuspecting that Fern J is actually giving intel to his teammates that about the whereabouts of Mitchie and Yumi Boy right now. But that is a good the shot coming in from Mitchie. Reflexes, indeed. We have their Mitchie knocking him down with just that very quick DBS peak.
And looks like this is the most eliminations individually now. Records
Yes.
after records for today. 18 team kills from TTQ now individually. Mitchie already has 10. Now Fern is now trying to crawl his way through. Yumi Boy is fully aware of this, as he needs to prone down as well. He needs to back up for a little bit, maybe find some cover in order for them to make a surprise attack onto Fern G. But for now, the problem here for 214 is going to be the circle. So Fern G, he has to be a little bit more patient and then just let the top do the work. As now the top now will try to go for the spray downs. And now Fern G, oh no! Knocks down Mitchie, and then after that, eliminates the whole members of 214 Esports, and APG is back, Aya.
Yep, they are back. Indeed, getting that winner chicken dinner for today, and that is after our match number 4. We have been talking about them. Why is APG's performance quite underwhelming for the past days? But now, this is their time to redeem themselves, and they exactly did that after getting that winner chicken dinner. Although that was a close fight with our 2-1 Esports, still, again, kudos to Yumi Boy and most especially Mitchie for getting a lot of points in that match.
Yeah, Mitchie just getting that record in this day. Just records after records. Again, like what I said, 18 coming from TTQ as a team, and then now 10 as an individual for Mitchie. But then again, it is the time for APG to make a comeback, and you can see now the balance of APG. Again, like what I said, the top was the MVP in their own PMNC region, but it was always X. And we mentioned that now X needs a lot of help. But before we proceed, let's watch the highlights. And we are back here for the match rankings, and they are back. APG is back with 24 total points in this matchup. But look at this, all because of that Mitchie 10 eliminations together with the 3 from Yumi Boy. 214 is just pretty close, 19 for 214 Esports. And you know what? Harami Bro and RTC really did try their luck in that matchup. RTC, most especially when they were trying to defend against TTQ. Fortunately, they were sandwiched between 214 and APG. I was really rooting for RTC, to be honest, Aya, because I would
Mhm.
really love to empower and encourage the Singaporean region to be, more aggressive and to use more of that frag grenades, which they have done in the previous games. And going back to my point earlier on, Nang X was the only guy doing it for the past couple of days, and now the top is back, maybe to its original form.
Exactly. That is what we wanted to see them going back to their original form, which are beasts inside of the matches. But speaking of matches, we already had finished four, and these are our scores so far on the second page. Not much movement is seen, and especially onto our teams on the bottom. We still have them there. BG Goat, NX actually, together with KHI and Sin, because they have not moved for the previous matches. They are now here on the 16th.
Well, still at number one is 214, so this only means that 214 will most likely be the number one until the very end, unless we see TTQ, try to get more points in this game. But looks like TTQ's performance after that 18 bombs that they did in match number two, looks like their performance went down. So again, might be that they're exhausted already, especially now that we're done with all Erangels. Yeah, again, this is the storyline that we do have ever since yesterday, and even in day number one. Miramar will be coming up next, but the top four teams for match number four would be APG 214, RTC, and Aurora Bro. We've talked about them already. RTC able to get into the top eight already. That's a good sign for them. Same goes to GFS. And I did mention that GFS might be in the top 10 after this day, and
Mm-hmm.
it might come through.
That could be one of the possibilities for tonight, but this is one of the best that we have seen inside of our match. We have your APG, the top, indeed, to the top with 5 eliminations and 828 damage. So the contribution that he had towards all of those battles, of course, we have almost equal help and support throughout the game as APG overall dominated the matches. But we have here one of the key players indeed was the top into making sure that those battles actually push through.
Well, for the meantime, Aya, we need to take a short rest here. Again, this is Kuku TV together with Miss Aya, and we'll be right back for more PMCL action. And we are back at it again here for match number 5. This is yours truly, Kuku TV, together with the lovely Miss Aya. And right now we're getting set for match number 5, Miramar. And yesterday we've seen Kill Enemy able to get their win in this map. And then for the other map, which is map 6, we saw good fellas from Brunei able to get their own. Now, I am thinking that we might see a different team who's gonna get this winner chicken dinner. What do you think, Aya?
Probably yes, with the combination of all of our teams for today, with our Group C resting. I think indeed there are teams who would want to challenge this Miramar map out of those who got that winner chicken dinner from yesterday and from day number 1. But speak of 1 second left before we start this first Miramar map for today. And this is again 1 out of 2 for as we end the day with a bang.
Let's see if it will be a banger. For now, the flight path is in. Not so sure where this is coming from. Oh, probably from the north. There you go. Yeah, it's gonna be from the western side, just right beside El Pozo and Monte Nuevo, right just below Puerto Paraiso. This is a really interesting flight path to say the least, because you know, Aya, like 214 goes to Hacienda. This is gonna be a long flight path for them. We might see them get a vehicle right around the northern side of Power Grid, or probably right around San Martin. This is gonna be interesting because there might be some early engagement. That's what I'm seeing right now, Aya.
Exactly. We might see that later on, but GFS going, I believe, still to water treatment, just gonna get a vehicle around the roads that they will be dropping at right now. And Kill Enemy still taking to Macera here, with those two teams getting that winner chicken dinner yesterday. Let's see if they can still have a chance again today, or well, again, those other teams contest that chicken from them. But look at that circle going above the early part of the plane path, which is going to favor several teams, SG, PBMS, and so on and so forth. But here is not much of a favorable situation in between RTC and KHI. This is one of the most earliest battles in less than just 2 minutes in the game.
KH's RTC, Art Momentum. They have won in Erangel. They got into the top 3 in the last Erangel map. So RTC has the momentum. KHI, though, we know from the previous PMCLs that they are the veterans here in this scenario. So I would say it's gonna be an even matchup here between RTC and KHI. KHI just needs to be smart, especially now. If you look at the situation, Aya, RTC got the buildings, so they would have to push RTC up above. And normally, if you have that height advantage, if you have the building advantage, you would be able to knock them down first. So let's see how quick KHI would be in this scenario.
Okay, let's see. And check that as we have your KHI Demius just below N9E Boy, who I believe is not moving even an inch as he is anticipating that push with that shotgun right now. Demius, on the other hand, is holding a stun grenade to have a blind spot for his opponent just in case that he will be pushed down. Casualty right now for KHI.
And that's what I just said, Aya. You have the height advantage, you have the building advantage. Why not? And then another one as Blanks will be spotted by Snitch Boy. This guy has been showing up. And it's not just him, it's also Nish. Oh, but Raymond is up on top. But he does have that AKM on a 4x scope. A really hard thing to do. And Nish again. Headshot to the face. And now RTC. You didn't expect this one, Aya. Am I right?
Yes. Indeed, and this is actually an exact scenario of how tables can turn that easily. And RTC learning all their lessons from the past days. Oh, but wait, yeah, there's still Demius trying his luck, but he wasn't able to secure
Look at that.
that spam bullets through the crate of Demius right now. RTC proved themselves to us after that very swift squad wipe.
Statement made. Los Leones is not yours, KHI. And that's what RTC just said. Singapore is just so hot right now. And shout outs to everyone in Singapore right now. I know you're watching through the YouTube channel because I do see some comments yesterday or the other day about cheering for RTC. But anyways, smile right now. Mini 14 on hand, 8 times scope on it. Again, this is the usual thing that you would see, especially if you're in Miramar. You would see DMR weapons, not like in Sana and in Erangel. Well, you don't see those. Oh, there you go. Just on point. Waited and waited and waited. Patience is the key, says Smile. And there you have it for Miner. Miner has been struggling, to be honest with you, Aya. I mean, do you see him struggling?
Yup, he is indeed struggling. This is not the Miner that we always see. But look at this top 5 eliminations, 3 of which are coming from 214. So, despite them not getting a chicken dinner for today, they are still showing to us that they have what it takes to top the leaderboards. And this is looking so good for 214 Esports. That's why they deserve that highlight so far. And that 29-point gap onto time to quick. Indeed, that is not gonna be an easy feat for time to quick to actually be at par with.
And right now, the top, actually gets hit by Dale, if I'm not mistaken. That's gonna be Hive International. And by the way, Hive International has been really quiet for today. I mean, for day number 1, they were really so good. They were really so hot. And day number 2, they went on a day off. And if I'm not mistaken, they went out. I think they went out on a comedy bar or some type of bar that they went to. So they celebrated early.
Yep.
I guess you would celebrate right after the 2 weeks or maybe after the finals.
Let's wait and maybe we will see their highlights and their posts after that one. But let's also still wait for the moment because there are a lot of teams improving so much in just a few matches after. So they really should not be too complacent. While we have here Hivedale being chased after all of these nades coming in from APG and going for that push exactly right now as he is trying to heal up. He has not much of that time because Nang X is already right in front of him to secure that elimination. And from behind, Hive Red as well will be taken down by APG Skynin. 2 of our Hive International players are already out of the game. Yes, Red has still that chance to see another day here, but for 762 and Claude, I don't think that would be easy as Hive Red is a bit far from where they are at right now.
And Jared most likely will be confirmed. Now, Claude throws out a random nade. Ooh, another nade coming in. Just 3 random nades by Claude. Should have just waited. Ooh, actually, that was a good idea because it did made some damage onto APG, but he also got some damage from the frag grenades coming from APG. Now Nangex is now pushing together with Top. How many frag grenades does he have? Like, it's been like 5 already.
Yep.
Ooh, and look at that. Just through the
Oh,
walls.
no.
Oh, and Fern G gets clawed down. And unfortunately for the other guy of Hive International, they don't have any much view because they're using this building as cover for the side of APG. Unfortunately for Claude, will be confirmed already. 762 will just have to hide and survive for another day. The best case scenario for 762 is just to look for a small shack and then hide until you get pushed and then try to, do a last stand, kind of like a zombie apocalypse, you know what I mean?
Exactly. But looking at Kill Enemy earlier during our previous scene wherein the map is showing they are just going for that circle edging strategy wherein they are just directly waiting for the circle to move. But then we have the last player of Hive, which is 762, just speeding his way through using that motorcycle, and Yumi Boy was chasing after him. All of those bullets And I think this is gonna be, will they actually push him through? No, I don't think so, because GFS is just around the corner. So if ever they could also run into GFS, neglecting Height 762, and that is another battle, different battle
Oh,
altogether. But just like what I've mentioned, 214 actually here run into our GFS, and that will be newbies being confirmed beast as well. All of them are now in a tight spot. And speaking of tight, just above them is another team who could possibly join, which is our SG.
and Yumi Boy just trying to clear the area. It's already been cleared. Not much of any GFS already. GFS. Oh, look at this. Lucy. Oh, it's going to be a 4v1. My goodness. Doesn't have any choice there to just, just die. Eventually, his teammates will try to, go for some moral support from afar. And wow, look at that. SKS being used by YG. Is it only YG who uses other guns other than DBSs or other than, the ARs and the UMPs?
Probably yes, because as you have seen, a lot of the players actually just revolve around a very short list of gun favorites, the usual M416, DBS, S12K, AKM, UMP, Mini 14, AUG. But other than that, they did not list so much. So probably the changes happened whenever they get their hands on these guns and eventually think that that might be beneficial for them later on. But yes, I believe that was just YG, and even earlier, Migs, as you've mentioned, using that AMR. So probably just bouts of changes here and there, but overall, they're sticking to the classics.
It's the lost meta, Aya.
Mm-hmm.
It's the lost meta we're in. You use DMRs, you use bolt action rifles. Remember when Luxy from BTR used a Car 98 during I think it was the PMCL Global Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that time when they drop in Pochinki? I mean, yeah, it goes all the way back. But now it's all about the DBS. It's all about the UMPs, which is again up close and personal battle. It's always important here in PUBGM. But now let's focus on the game. Circle now goes to the side of Arame Bro and Goat Esports, as Fearless Esports is now coming from the blue zone from the northwest or northeastern side of the circle. It will close in just less than 35 seconds from right now. And Migs down to 1 HP left. I'm not so sure if he does have a heal and kill enemy. Oh, looks like he actually is knocked down. So Migs won't be able to get a revive. He will bow down. Silent Gods. This team has been silent all day.
Mm-hmm. Definitely more than silent. We just heard them from that previous match together with our RTC during those final moments with 2 and 4 in GFS. But other than that, I believe yes, they are fairly quiet for today. But probably the good side is at least they haven't been pushed down yet, and they are still on that number 5 spot. But of course, if they would want to be on the number 1 spot, they still need to make a double effort in order for them to get the points that 214 has right now.
Yeah, and Claire would love that, to get that double effort from his squad mates.
Mm-hmm.
And if Silent Gods would be able to get a lot more points other than whatever is happening right now. But Godspeed, aka West, knocked down Emas from 214 Esports. As we're looking at Skynin, he's trying to slide his way through onto the upper side hills on the southwestern side of the circle. Emas will, yeah, most likely he will get the revive because they are in a compound right now, right nearby the middle portion of the circle. And this is the strategy here of 214. It's kind of like Harame Bro, but it's way too more aggressive.
Mm-hmm. A bit more aggressive. And I think at least that is something that works for their favor, and they're able to pull that strategy off. So it's looking good for them so far. Still with 151 points, so 31 points behind is our time to quick, and 108 for our YG, slowly but surely getting back to the top again. So let's actually see if how else would the other Philippine teams cope up and catch up with whatever is happening? Because so far we are just seeing mostly from 214 and a bit of the bouts from SG. But as you've mentioned today, they are a bit quiet, but now making that noise inside of the game as Kainin will be knocked down and make that one more additional chop will now go down. And Koopa here would add up a bit of that damages, but he will be actually the one who is wiped from this situation. APG secures that elimination, although 2 got secured. Skynin on top. They still have here Nang X and Fernji.
And look at that experience coming from Claire. Once he was able to get the knockdown, he was trying his best to confirm those eliminations. Again, I've thought this man during our blacklist tenure, and I told them, once you get the knockdown, go for the elimination right away. It's a point that you can, probably not get, because other teams will be, looking at your side. They might go for the, the kill steal. For the meantime, look at this. 1-4. They have pushed someone right inside. Oh, and another engagement happening now. Super X Esports up against APG. 2v4, if I'm not mistaken. But only one member left for the side of Super X. All 3 is now down, on those smokes. And now over. I'm not sure if he is fully aware of this. He's actually able to heal up. And Fern goes for the kill. Oh, and the headshot. But then again, the SAT-97 shotgun. Way too powerful for Super X Esports. And now it's a 1v1. And now for Nang X, he decides to go for the revive over. Able to get the recovery on his own. And now spots. Oh, Nang X with a clutch. Oh my goodness. He was able to close the door. And now for RNG. Able to clutch it out for APG. And they survived that clutch moment against Super X.
OMG, that crucial moment where the door was open and Over actually spotted them while they are reviving. That very second that they closed the door, that is the exact and perfect moment for them to do that, because without that, they probably would have been over by now, courtesy of SX Over. But it happened the other way around, that SX Over got eliminated in that exact spot. So at least that is a good try from SX Over, but that is again a very good thing happening for the side of APG. But we have your 214 Cree being knocked down from another area that we are not seeing right now. But what we are seeing is the last player of Hive International, which is 762, still surviving at 13 teams remaining. Let's see if he can do this even further and last even longer.
And this is so sad for 762. It doesn't even have a vehicle to use for him to at least get to the middle of the circle. And right now, Nexus Vanguard, Naughty, and Godspeed, aka Wests. They're getting gunshots from, I think, 2 angles right now. One from that side and then one from this side. And it's 214 Esports, I think. Yeah, indeed, it is 214 Esports. And it's Emas using that Mini 14. Usually, you don't see Emas using the Mini 14. And now, Hive, 762 goes for the knockdowns. And this would mean that he might get spotted by 214. So let's go for the elimination. Why not? And 762 adds 2 for the side of Hive International. That's still good for them, even though he's all alone. Now look at this, Aya. Push now. Coming in from the side of... which team is this? Yeah, Nexus Vanguard. And now it's going to be RTC Zai. Oh! 2 utilities thrown out. Molotov plus the frag grenade eliminates Nexus Vanguard. And Aya... RTC all of a sudden looks like they went on Super Saiyan mode today. It's kind of like Son Goku going to Super Saiyan 4.
Exactly. And that was just a perfect moment for RTC to make sure that last player of NX, which is WT, will not be able to escape anymore. Onto his right side was a nade, onto his left was a molly, but here in front of APG Nang X was the bullets of Bro Jibna just peeking through, and this is another frag grenade to confirm that elimination to wipe the rest of Angkor PUBG. And now another battle would start as 214 here would share the ground together with our Harami Bro PH versus PH battle once again. Two would be above them, could bring that intel, but we have here 214 Mitchie from behind would throw that nade, but Bro Jibna is in the middle of everything else that is happening right now, going for that molly to delay his push onto that one player who is knocked out right now. I believe that is Mitchie, or rather his other teammate. Oh, another more frag grenade, and he is actually saved, and that
Oh.
was actually Yumi Boy being knocked down, and that is an almost fire onto Bro Jappy. A lot is happening right here, and from above will be another joiner, which is KE Kaya.
And Kaya right now, he did manage to get 5 yesterday, if you remember, in that scenario in Miramar. And that was all because of the spray down through the smoke. And now, Nathan, good thing he was able to get inside the ruins as Jappy will go for the revive. For 214, the cavalry was, coming, but they were like knocked down in the process. So that's why they were like held up in that very position, as you can see them right now. Look at them. They were held up. The buggy is already exploded. And that's why they cannot really even move. Now, they're just probably hoping that the circle will go to their area. Most likely than not, Aya, that 214, if the circle will go away from them, it'll be out in the open, so it'll be easy peasy for whoever is on top of this hilltops. I'm not just sure, though, who it is right now. Who's on the middle portion of that circle. But for now, it's all about the hills, all about the mountaintops, as TTQ gets their own hill. Ooh, but they need to go down, and Chill Guy just annihilated together with GOAT Esports TTQ.
That is exactly the same thing that they would want to do, to go down, but then Goat Esports drag them down and back to the lobby as we have our kill enemy having that better spot onto our bros, and we are yet to witness who will be favored by this circle as it collapses. Who actually has that upper hand will be determined by this circle, and that goes a bit too Fearless, a bit too GFS, Goat, and maybe YG, but with the most spread and with the most areas to cover is actually our team Fearless.
Right now, Fearless right in the middle. They don't really have to think about anything else. Ooh, but look at this. Jibna from down below, able to knock one down off from GOAT Esports. It is actually GOAT Esports who is giving hell to two of the PH squads, 214 and Harami Bro. And for sure, Harami Bro does have some remaining vehicles for them to use, for them to be able to push. But for now, it's going to be RTC. RTC now going for the push onto Goodfellas. Now Shaco is now cooking up a nade. Mazi goes for the spray. Here comes RTC. Oh, and RTC. Ooh, while this is happening, Jappy from a different angle goes for the third party. Mazi knocks down Snitch Boy, as Mazi will be taken down by Nish. And now it's going to be Shaco for the side of Goodfellas. And the nades are coming from the side of GOAT. And again, this is a third party coming in from GOAT Esports.
Ooh.
Fourth party now coming in from Harame Bro. And now Nish, oh, did manage to go for the knockdown. Nathan will be eliminated. Range will also get taken down as Harame Bro will be annihilated, all because of those gunshots and frag grenades from GOAT Esports.
I would probably lose my mind if I was in the spot of RTC Nishki, having all of those happening right in front of your eyes, and that was just very good of him to even eliminate that last player of our Harami Bro. But right now, moving on to the side of our kill enemy as they battle it with our GOAT Esports together with our YG actually on that other side. They have not much places to go, but this is quite a very tricky one, as we have, of course, all the ridges here in Miramar, not much of the cover aside from that. So it will all just depend on how well are they going to strategize their game plan.
Right now, we see Devon, aka Carillo, if you remember him from
Yes.
last season. He did name himself
The
Carillo.
Carillo, not from you, from the
Yeah.
America region.
Not Carillo from Brazil, basically.
Yes.
And right now, They're trying their way to get closer onto Goat. But again, this compound that Goat has been a fortress.
Mm-hmm.
They have been protected by it, and they have that height advantage. They have the windows also for them to be able to spot on, eliminate all of these guys who are just closing into them. And also thanks to the circle also, Aya, because the circle is going straight to them. So for now, the two wildcard region, or the two wildcard PMNCs, RTC and GFS, 1v1 at that moment, but third party might come from PubPub and Fearless Esports. Now it's Circle. We'll be closing in. And by the way, just to let you know, there's no more PH teams, Aya. Just to let you know.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That is unfortunate for our PH teams, but that is actually the best chance for all of the other regions from Myanmar and from Cambodia, from Singapore even, to join this fun, and even Brunei in this case. So a lot, or rather a bit, of all the other regions except for the Philippines. So all of them has their fair chances into getting this one, but the probably has a good chance, a slightly better than the others would be Goat, as they have that compound and they have that higher ground, but they are just directly inside of that safe zone, and all they need to do is gatekeep everyone who would try to want to get their spot.
And this might be, exhaustion coming from the PH squads. Again, you get so much tired after all of those battles with one Sanok and three Arangels. And then eventually those guys who got killed early will be the ones dominating here in the last two Miramar maps. But right now you can see KE kill enemy now, trying to get engaged with Goat Esports, as they're now throwing in mollies, utilities to the side of Goat. YG is also going to be closing in as well, but again, still an advantage here for the side of Goat, because they will be able to just wait on and just kill them eventually once they enter that fortress that I'm talking about earlier on. And look at this now. Ooh, comes in Kai, just waits on Master D2K, and he goes down. Now, who's the next one to come in? Maybe he comes in, but Kai will go down. And while this is happening, YG and Fearless is fighting. Devon goes down as well. As for Goat, they still have the advantage. Bunny already has 5 eliminations. Maybe and Chill Guy has 2, and they wiped out Kill Enemy.
What a wipeout for the side of Goat Esports, and having already 10 eliminations, 9 for RTC. Basically, both of these teams dominated the eliminations, that they got the majority of the points. Let's also include their APG with 8, YG with 6, and even Bros with 6. But other than that, that explains why the rest of the teams did not get any elimination points so far, because of these dominating teams, specifically RTC again and Goat. And two of these, rather both of these, are still up and alive and are having their chances into getting that winner chicken dinner. So in any case that they do, they have 10 placement points, and they have a lot more of points from the eliminations that they have formed throughout the match.
And right now, still, what's happening here is RTC and Shaco. Nish and Shaco still not moving. These are the two that cannot be moved for now. As for YG, nades are going to be thrown out by Mernot and Romeo Boy. Looks like they canceled out their cooking of the nade, so they're going to have to wait on until Goat Esports would get closer to them. Most especially, Aya, looking at the situation in the minimap, Goat really needs to move because they're not within the reach of the circle. And eventually, once they get into the circle, it'll be an open area for Goat Esports. And look at what is happening now, as YG just throws out the nades. Not really good throws though, because it's not giving any much damage onto Goat Esports. And another nade thrown out, but no go for the side of YG.
Oh, yes, no go from their side, but a lot of them are being very quiet right now, but that is not a quiet nade, as RTC Neshki will be knocked out going in from our GFS, and they now would lose their chance of getting one more chicken dinner for this match, and overall still at a dominating pace is our GOAT, and behind them is actually our Young Galacticus, but they are not quite sure who to focus on right now. Will it be the ones on the back or will it be the ones on their bottom, which is our Fearless? But we have one more being taken down, that is GOAT Kai. So now they are forced to focus on our Fearless and divert their attention on this end, and this is actually a good timing as an advantage for YG to eliminate those of the teams just battling below them. So we have here now Goat Bunny being out of the game, leaving us with only Fearless Asterix versus a full squad still of our YG, still staying strong with the 9 points. Support here is still knocked down, so they would not they would actually neglect them right now, and that is going through. Astrox as YG takes another chicken dinner for them.
YG, they basically just waited for the two Cambodian squads to fight. Oh no, Goat is from Myanmar, by the way. So just waited on for Goat and Fearless to fight. That's all they did. And once they saw the knockdowns coming from those two squads, they went in for the kill. And that was the plan all along. And by the way, just a history here, Aya. During day number 1, the same match number 5 got taken by YG. So this is their second chicken dinner out of every single game that we already have. And I'm not sure what's with the 5th match of each day, but Young Galacticus is able to take it every single time.
Indeed. So this is most likely the part wherein they are at their optimal positioning, and this is a part wherein their momentum is quite high. That's why it probably explains why they always get this chicken dinner for the 5th match as of day 1 and now here in day number 3. So overall, their eliminations would add up to 11. I believe that's 11. Yes, that is 11. And for them right now, the damage is quite high, of course, for, say, Cloud, even though Romeo Boy got most of the eliminations, and knockouts are actually most on the side of Romeo Boy. So overall, YG just dominated this battle, but of course, we cannot discount the fact how RTC managed to get a lot of eliminations together with our Go Esports.
YG, again, they're the top, in my opinion, still. They're the top Myanmar squad. I mean, if you look on paper, like you do have Say Cloud, you do have Mernat, the MVP of the PMNC Myanmar, and then you have the rest. But anyways, let's watch the highlights for now as we go along this match.
And now we are, of course, here on the match rankings as we have seen the highlights that have been done inside of our match. 21 points for the side of our Young Galacticus, probably reclaiming the 2nd spot again for them. We will see that as we proceed on to our overall rankings. But look at this, Goat also got 12 eliminations. What more if they were able to get that winner chicken dinner? Probably they would have a total of around 15 or more eliminations, but now they have 17 in total. And looking on to the second part of our screen, we actually have 4 page teams here, 2 Myanmar squads and 2 Cambodian squads that were not able to do that much in this previous Miramar map, but they still have the last one later to actually redeem themselves. Look at this, time to click, who is on the second spot, did not get any points, together with PBEXMSI, Nexus Vanguards, and KHI. So struggle is indeed real for KHI. I just really do hope that they have enough time to catch up with all the points that they were not able to get.
The struggle continues. You can see PBMS already down to the sixth spot. And another team that we need to call out is Hive International. You cannot see Hive International anymore in this overall rankings.
Mm-hmm.
So Hive International, they need to wake up. Maybe Dale needs to shout more onto his teammates as they're now down to 11th spot. Another team that we need to call out is GOAT Esports. GOAT Esports had a really good first day from day number 2. But eventually on day number 3, they only got, I think, 20 points all throughout 5 matches. So that's a little bit less compared to what they have done yesterday. So GOAT Esports, they need to be better. I think this was the only time, like this match alone, in match number 5, was the only time that GOAT had stepped up.
Yep, exactly. That's why they are exactly here on the second spot with 12 overall eliminations, and they had the most kills for that game number 5. Meanwhile, for RTC, still a very, very huge improvement. I'd like to commend them for that because we don't usually see RTC doing this. But after just quite an adjustment, they are now right here in front of us on this top 4 teams scene. And I believe and I do hope that they continue with the changes that they have been doing, being a bit more aggressive, just balance it out with a better calculations when it comes to pushing.
And the MVP is going to be Romeo, coming from Yangon Galacticos. And Romeo, again, a really good player coming from YG, a veteran. He's been playing so long already for this squad. And right now he's able to contribute, not just Smile. It's going to be him together with Mernat and Say Cloud, as we're now back at it again here to our matches. By the way, Aya, we're going to go on a really short break here as we move along to the final match of the day, match number 6. Kuku TV and Aya will be right back.
Yep. And we are now back with the final match for today, match 6 out of 6 in the map again of Miramar. Will we see a back-to-back chicken dinner for YG, or will it be again those teams who, just like what happened with our YG, will get the map for themselves?
Yeah, will history again happen for Goodfellas? Remember yesterday, Goodfellas got their own winner chicken dinner, and I can see the comfortability of Goodfellas yesterday, and even today. You saw them from match number 5. They were able to survive around maybe top 5 or top 6. It's just that they were pushed by RTC, which is like full 4 members strong, and then eventually got third partied by Harami Bro, and then the bombs coming from Goat Esports just sealed the deal for them. But eventually now, as we go along the final map of the day, again, this is match number 6 for day number 3 for week 1. Again, this is yours truly, Kuko TV, together with Miss Aya, bringing you the action. Right path now coming from El Azahar down to Minas del Sur. It's kind of like the other flight path, but it's from the other side. Remember? It came from the areas of El Pozo down to the Puerto Paraíso. Now it's going to be coming from the other side, El Zahar down to Minas del Sur. So other teams might have some challenges when it comes to getting their vehicles here. We saw that earlier on with, if I'm not mistaken, that was 214, together also with Hive International. But let's see and find out if they will have those troubles earlier on. Nexus Vanguard already dropped down to their usual spot in El Azahar. Same goes to TTQ, went downwards to Impala. But what will happen now to Los Leones, Aya? Remember, it's going to be KHI and RTC. We might also see Silent Gods, who is now flying in just right around the corners of Los Leones, but just right over. Oh, there we go. Hot drop right now.
Hot dropping right now again, meeting each other for the second time in a row. RTC versus KHI. Will this be the time for our KHI to actually get that win onto our RTC, or will it be a 2-0 for the side of our RTC? Let's see what will happen, as KHI Damus doesn't actually have a better gun in his hands, except from that sawed-off. But we have Redemius, yes, running away from that situation, as he is yet to find a lot better ammos, and of course a lot better weaponry in his hands, because that is going to be a big disadvantage if ever he chooses to still push through with the battle. But looking at the circle, yes, it favors most, so as of this moment that circle will not be a problem to most.
And again, it's going to be the other way around now for the side of KHI, because they were able to get one of the buildings and able to get the top floors. But looking at the scenario right now, RTC has their own building, and they might be pinned down here by KHI. KHI just need to be smart with whatever strategy they will have against RTC. Most likely, Aya, what's going to happen here is that RTC will just wait it on for KHI. They will just stay in this building like what Nish is doing right now. He does have the M249 on him. They just better be careful with the frag grenades, though, because these frag grenades, it can be very lethal. Once the first knock comes in, then the push would come afterwards.
Exactly. And of course, as we go for that first blood and that first elimination onto KHI, I am sensing that this is again not looking so good for our KHI Esports. But let's see, this might be a reverse sweep for that later on, if ever given the right opportunity for our KHI to sandwich RTC, given they are just in quite a single building as we are seeing it on the map right now. I believe they could have a good chance, but at the same time, that is quite difficult to move around in a very confined space, of course, together with your opponents.
Well, right now, Ryman, looks like KHI had bailed out. Let's just say probably there was a call from KHI to just not mess with RTC. RTC is on a different level today, to be honest with you.
Yes.
Like what I said, they're now on a different level, maybe a Super Saiyan level for RTC. And this is not the usual for the Singapore region, because normally we would, like PH, Myanmar, or maybe even Cambodia try to dominate them. But this time around, it's a different story. They got a chicken dinner in match number 3, and then they got into, I think, top 5 in the last match here in match number 5. And if I'm not mistaken, in match number 4, they were in top number 3. So
Yes.
RTC is doing their homework, and they're probably listening to us as well here in the English broadcast, Aya, because we've been calling them out ever since the day started.
Actually, and we are hoping for that, and we are hoping for more adjustments and continuous better performance coming from our RTC, because that will actually serve as a motivation to other teams who have been struggling as well, to give them a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, as long as they do their best and as long as they acknowledge the lapses that have been happening, and of course the willingness to change whatever is not going well with the game plan that they have originally planned together as a team. Again, we always know that if plan A works, there are still 25 more letters in the alphabet.
Wow. You're kind of like my teacher
Yes.
during elementary days, Aya.
Now we will sing A, B, C. I'm quite sleepy. That's why we need to, re
Cheer up.
energize.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, shout out to everyone who's watching right now, the English live stream for PMCL 2025. Shout out to everyone on Facebook and on YouTube. You can go ahead and comment down below your thoughts on what's happening right now. There are actually some cheers coming from YG, by the way. Oh, look at this range. Oh, range right now will get spotted by
Ooh.
Kaya from afar. And unfortunately, the IGL from Arame Bro will be eliminated by Master D2K. They were not ready for that, as Kill Enemy now has the momentum. Remember, Aya, they did got their own chicken dinner yesterday as well in Miramar. They're pretty much playing pretty comfortably here in this map. And if I remember it right, Devon used to play for Myth Clan, right?
Yes, Myth Devon.
Yeah, and if you remember, Myth Clan was really good in Miramar.
Yep, and exactly just like I believe Myth Joseph, they were together before in Myth. So now that we have several teammates before, turned opponents all over the map, we are expecting sort of similar rotations and sort of similar gameplay, but at the same time, it all just depends on how the team will execute such plans. But now, what is plan of PBMSMM as he is in the midst of our GOAT Esports?
For right now, PBMS. Is he the only one in here? I'm not so sure. Yeah, Miner is there, but where are the other? Oh, actually, the others are on the hill.
Yes.
So will be left alone in this church as Bunny and Chill Guy. I mean, if wants to survive this, he needs to go up top, but he needs to go to the side where Miner is at. So needs to be careful with his steps. Goat is on this side, on the northern side of Graveyard. So that's the only thing that matters right now for He cannot afford himself to be out in that open. Oh, but look at this. A third party coming in from behind. Oh, and look at that. Mini 14 shots. Godspeed. West able to drop Munboy. Kind of like what happened to PMSL before, Genesis and PBE. Shades of what happened before, Aya. And now the circle will close in as well. But the push now coming in for Nexus Vanguard.
Meanwhile, we have here, again, movement. What a hard shift onto the area of Los Leones, comprising a bit of La Bendita. So that could only just even further give much of the trials onto those other teams who are on the northern side of this map. So let's see how well they would be able to recover from a long rotation as they enter.
And Rame Bro, again, losing their IGL. But again, for Rame Bro, they do have like one main IGL and another IGL, like a semi-IGL, which is Jappy.
Mhm.
I did talk to them before they even went to PMGC, and they mentioned about Jappy being a future IGL once Range retires.
Mhm.
So that's the plan for Harami Bro. And I'm not so sure if Jappy would still be there with Harami Bro by the time that Range would retire. But
Mhm.
again, that's the plan. The big question is who will be the next one coming into Harami Bro when
Yep.
that thing happens. But this is what has been happening to MM. He just needs to not go to that rooftop, because once he goes to that rooftop, he'll be seen by Kai.
Exactly. So now all they need to do is not to overextend so much and to be wary of their movements all at once. But speaking of all at once, we have here Kichai going on to NX, who are all at once in that same spot and quietly but surely taking him out of this game. Struggle is indeed on the side of our KHI Esports. I'm looking forward to their adjustments, just like what happened to our RTC, because um this is a game that we would want to see Kai rather KHI rise to the top, as of course we would not want to see a PH team on the bottom of the leaderboards, but at the same time this would also serve as a push for those other teams, just as NX SX, as we're seeing on the screen right now, to do even better than what they are doing right now.
When look at this, that race right now, the drive-by by Super X. Oh, surprise, surprise! This is Koopa right at your service as he takes down two, Sun and Yu. And now, what else is next for Super X? KHI eventually bows down, courtesy of no T from Nexus Vanguard. And Koopa will confirm the elimination. Now for Silent Gods, they have been so silent all throughout the day, and it's always been the last game. And it might be the same thing that happened during day number one. Remember, they're the last team to get a chicken dinner during day number one, and it might happen again in this game as the circle now will close in towards the TTQ. Arami Bro is also there with 3-man strong, together with PBMS. 214 Esports, though, up in the northern side, will probably meet with PBMS, so it might be a civil war up on the north. For the meantime, Harame Bro still has their squads up and running without their IGL range. I believe so. I believe so. Harame Bro can still do it, even though with a 3-man squad.
Let's hope for the best. But I just also like to mention BBMS is also one of the teams who are very quiet for today. They started day number one, ending on that third spot, and eventually yesterday, they also went down a bit onto that sixth spot. And now, of course, we're not seeing that much movement because they are not adding a lot. So I would want to see PBMS rise again, just like what I've been asking from of our KHI, because they started very strong on day number one. So this is quite an underwhelming performance from our PBEXMSI. But as we have seen on the screen, I believe that was Hive International having one player knocked out, but we are not seeing that one, but already is confirmed from the end of APG.
APG, I think they're eyeing Hive International. Nongx getting closer. Hive International needs to be ready. This is APG is what they're fighting against with. And APG has the momentum. Remember, APG really good in the previous matches. Now, Nongx throws a nade. Another nade coming in. Not going to hit anyone because Hive International, they're just hiding inside this one small house with all three members left standing. Claude and 762. Dale is the IGL. He's out of this game. It's kind of like what Harami Bro is currently experiencing right now. But
Yep.
most likely 762 will be the next one to command this Hive International team. And now another nade coming in. They're just wasting those frag grenades. Yeah.
They are indeed just waiting all of those, but I'm going back to Hive. I think on the sheet that they have submitted, it is 762 who is the IGL written on the paper, but in game we are not yet sure of that right now. But focusing on the battles that we have, speaking of Hive 762, That is a molly coming from APG, making him knocked down, and not only a knockdown, but a confirmation. Claude here will be left alone together with High Red, but that nade coming from Red made APG tops life HP Red, and that is also going to be the same for that one more player of our 5 international, which is last player is Claude right now. Ooh, trying to go for that counter attack. One more knockdown, and that is the end for our Hive as they were trying to hide from the bullets of our APG that eventually ended their streak. But for our APG, they now have ample time to revive their team.
And we want to see more of that content, 762. Host the happenings in your boot camp right now. I can just imagine Dale just shouting at them right now.
Probably.
Yeah, for right now, though, we have Yumi Boy pushing towards PVMS, and this is what I said earlier on. A potential matchup here between the two Filipino teams, Minor Pretzel versus Yumi Boy and Michi. For PBMS, I'm not sure where the third guy is, because if you look at the minimap, he's not even found. So the two guys for PBMS is here, but one is missing, probably on a different location. But they are bailing out from that longhouse, and looks like they're going to just bait them out to go onto this side. We're in probably the other guy, the third guy for PBMS is looking. So let's see and find out if that will happen. As this is happening, Mernat knocks Master D2K down and confirms it right away. And Michi, that 10 eliminations that he did earlier on, has been very quiet ever since. Ooh. And Cree got damaged with that frag grenade. Nice throw from Pretzel. Pretzel has been playing pretty well for PBMS.
Exactly. Aside from the previous hiccups that he is always the first one to go out, now he is doing a lot better again, just like what he did on day number 1. This is an A coming in from Cree. Will that land perfectly on Pretzel? Nope is the answer, and he is still safe, but the one who threw that nade is not safe, as 214 Cree got knocked down together with Michi, Yumi Boy, and the rest of the gang. 214 is now out as that play zone joins in the fun towards 214 MS. PBMS now heard those gunshots coming in from GFS, and they have that chance to actually go for that knockout.
And right now, PBMS, all eyes on the next target. As Goodfellas actually did third party that engagement between them and 214. If I'm not mistaken, newbies got that one elimination off from 214. Though they need to get Shaco up. Shaco is one of the important players for Goodfellas. Smoke now will now be popped off by newbies, as Mazzy now will go for the spray down onto the side of PBMS. Minor. Ooh, this is actually really dangerous for Mazzy. Aya, because he's out in the open.
Exactly. That is not the most strategic and the most ideal spot for him to take. But let's see how will he be able to work around that situation. And GFS Shaco now will be secured by TTQ Zuki amidst that situation. And they are still again outside of the circle. So best chance for PBMS to gatekeep our GFS, and that is exactly what happened right now as they took down Mazzy. But on the end of PBMS, they are also all heavily damaged.
Oh, look at this shift. We might not see an urban warfare in Los Leones, Aya, but look at this now. Spray down from Beast. Oh, but from behind as well. He is gonna take some damage, I think, from MM from the side. Now newbies will try to go for the gunshot. Ooh, MM is actually taking hits from a long distance shot. I'm not so sure who it is. Ooh, but Pretzel actually knocks down newbies from afar with that Mini 14. Nice shot. Pretzel is doing it for the squad of PBMS. While this is happening, Minor out in the open. Try to look for the final guy of GFS. Ooh, and that is it. MM gets Beast down, as Goodfellas won't be able to get a chicken dinner in the last game.
And here on the side where the unfinished buildings are, we have YG in front of our kill enemy, trying to kill the enemy in front of them. But that would be the first move coming in from KE Devon, and KE Kaya will be knocking down Master Smile and will not let him go anymore. Say Cloud still down on his knees. Romeo Boy and Mernat Boy, the two boys of our YG, are the only ones left for their team as of this moment. Meanwhile, KE Kaya would want to go on top to have a better spot and to have a better perspective onto their end, but that is also going to give them that struggle later on because they need to enter that next safe zone. So as that is happening, we have our YG, Say Cloud, and Romeo Boy slowly but surely creeping inside of the circle.
Ooh, say Cloud. Now goes over to Mernat. He needs to heal up though. Ooh, as Romeo Boy takes down Rex, and now Kaya, together with Davan, needs to be careful. They need to spot on where these players from YG is coming from. Davan, who spots Romeo Boy, able to get some hits,
Ooh.
and nice shot, nice spray from Davan. And now, as this is happening, APG is going for the third parties, able to KS, Iterex, Jibna also from the side of Arame Bro, together with Nathan, if I'm not mistaken, taking out some players off from the other squads. Now SG, all eyes on SG together with RTC. Nades coming from Nish. Labo also will try to cook up. Silent Gods now able to reposition. So this only means that they might be able to revive Snitch Boy.
That could possibly be later on. Look at this exchange of names. We'll get that knockout, and that goes through exactly towards our Yangon Galacticus, giving one more point onto our kill enemy. Even though they are just at 2 players left, they could easily situate themselves inside of the circle. Meanwhile, PBMS are also on fire, specifically MM having knocked down one player. I believe that is a confirmation. Ooh,
Ooh,
and one more
nice!
nade exactly goes through, coming in from SX as they both need to enter that circle. This is the same scenario that we have earlier for YG and for KE, but now it is between our Super X and the kill enemy.
That is Trezier for 3. My God. From long distance is that nade. And now Devon, you won't be able to get a revive anymore because the blue zone will eventually close in. And Kaya is also getting hit from a different angle, I would say, as he's now down to half HP. Trezier now trying to confirm Devon, but again, these are just random shots being made by Super X Gaming, Super X Esports rather. Oh, Devon looks like he's gonna try to crawl his way through and might be able to get a revive.
Ooh.
Oh, and there you go. Over. Unfortunately for Devon, he tried his luck. Kaya was just waiting for him at that warehouse, and now Kaya will bail out. Now the gunshots coming from the right side. This is Arame Bro able to spot them down. And Arame Bro also needs to get in. Oh, actually, they are in right now, Aya. They just need to just circle around this building that they're at. And now Brazier is just protecting his teammate. Kill enemy is now out.
They are now out indeed, together with Go Chill Guy as we spoke through that moment, and SX Trezier almost were not able to survive those bullets. And over 6 here is also trying to go for that peek through with that eye-to-eye contact onto TTQKH. And that is him going out of the match. Trezier also would just follow the footsteps of his teammate as the rest of Super X is now eliminated, leaving us with just a few, but this few teams are still on fire as that nade landed perfectly onto RTC and SG. In front would be Claire, and that was actually a kill steal for the side of our other team. And that one more nade onto RTC and 9E. Boy, SG here is doing their best to try and secure those eliminations, because if they are not able to do that, bros are there to openly take those eliminations.
Now Nish will go for the revive now. On to Snitch. As Snitch right now is getting revived, Koopa will be the last guy for Silent Gods. 3 eliminations on his name, the only member who has eliminations for Silent Gods. still a lot of teams remaining here, Aya, and this is all because the southern side has so many compounds, so many buildings to stay, which is coming from Los Leones. And then eventually they will get spotted by those teams coming in from the Red Rocks, and Jibna able to spot Snitch. Snitch taken down one more time. The bleeding is now faster as Nathan will be able to confirm that elimination. As for Fearless Esports, you just need to wait for all of those guys on the southern side to open them up, as we are now down to less than 20 seconds as we switch again our stage. And Nish, oh, look at that. You know what? Good thing he has the full boost. If he didn't have the full boost, then he will just die altogether.
Yep, he might be out of HP right now if it weren't for that HP boost. But looking at this, Fearless once again is favored by the circle altogether with TTQ and PBMS. Will this be a chance for PBMS to take that winner chicken dinner? We are yet to witness that one. But for the ends of GOAT, for the ends of our bros from below in APG, it is not gonna be a swift entrance into the next safe zone.
Still 9 teams remaining. A pretty slow ending for us.
Yes,
And now
indeed.
PBMS. Next is Vanguard now. Zai tries to go for a quick view. Just giving information for WTZ and No T. And he's just saying that the players of PBMS is just backing out. But look at what MM is doing. MM going for the flank.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice flank. Able to knock down one. And now this will give information for Pretzel and the rest to go for the push now. And them using a UAZ miner. This is the miner play that he's been doing since summer. And miner right now not able to use that UAZ altogether. And we'll try to cook up a nade. Nade coming in. Oh, actually miner goes down as WTC now pushes in. TTQ now joins in the fun as Silent Gods is eliminated in this game. Now WTZ pushing in towards MM, as MM is the last guy for PBMS, but they need to be careful because Harami Bro is now eliminated, because TTQ is now closing in. Oh my goodness, a lot of eliminations happening now all of a sudden. RTC gets eliminated as well. Now PBMS, MM, unfortunately gets spotted by WTZ from the side, and now it's time to quick. They are now the ones who's gonna try to eliminate them in this game.
What a play that is happening right now. All of these teams are very eager to take that winner chicken dinner, but so far we have here one more knockdown from the end of NXZI being on that 17th spot. They indeed need all of those skills, but looking at this exchange of bulleted nades and utilities from TTQ onto APG, Fergie will now be knocked down, but that nade landed perfectly onto our time to quick, and this is again a very quick exchange of knockdowns, and KH is the only one left. Will he be the hero of our time to quick? But by the looks of it, his location is not so ideal, as he will be easily spotted by APG from above and probably from behind, just like NX King WTZ.
Next is Vanguard. They haven't really played like a good game wherein they were dominant, but right now, ooh, I was just about to say, as APG was able to spot them down. Now I think WTC is trying to get that vehicle, maybe to try to get closer to his teammate. Yes, it will happen now. Ooh, but look at that spray from Nangx. Able to get some damage onto WTZ. Now WTZ is now healing up. Oh no! It shoots inside the shack.
Ooh.
Unfortunately for WTZ, won't be able to revive his teammate. And again, that's how good APG is. And again, welcome back to PMCL APG. I think they have just awakened up.
Exactly, I think that is the point right now. Having all of the favors from their end, we have the height advantage, we have the number advantage, and that first and initial knockout on the Fearless Ranzer could probably be a snowball effect for our APG to take that winner chicken dinner. But Fearless here, I hope they utilize those 8 frag grenades in their hands to be able to knock down and even eliminate our APG. But with this, Oh, what happened right there? Asterix bullets weren't able to push through onto Skynin, and nice cover from above to actually take down Asterix in the process. So it's actually now looking good and looking really in favor of our APG.
3 teams remain: APG, Fearless, and Nexus Vanguard. 1 for Nexus, 2 for Fearless. I mean, technically they have 4, but they need to revive. As the confirmation happens now, so only 3 players remaining with 1 player still knocked down for the side of Fearless Esports, and looks like they are going for that revive now. There you go. I think, oh, Astro X unfortunately will die in the blue, so it's very unfortunate. Just giving APG more chances of winning now. And Skynin pushes in. 7 support goes down. Pop-Up will be the next one to go down, but look at him. Former teammates. No, it's actually WTC who takes the elimination onto Skynin. Lone member strong for Nexus Vanguard. All of a sudden, the tables has turned. WTC still alive, and Pop-Up eliminates him. 2v1 or 1v3 rather. But Pop-Up will just deny himself, not giving any kill to APG as they got their chicken dinner in this matchup.
What a win for the side of our APG. And I believe this is their second for today, am I correct? Their last one was in match number 4, if I'm not mistaken. So, GG's and congratulations. And they are really just showing us that they are indeed back in PMCL.
Yeah, they're back. Well, they rested for 1 day. Same with Harame Bro. So it's either Harame Bro or APG who would make some waves here in match, or actually just for the whole day today. And APG showing up, not just Harame Bro, it's also them. And the reason why I'm calling them out, because again, half of the team came from Austria Esports, which is Nangx and Skynin, and then the rest came from a different team. But this is a jump pack lineup, is what we call them. Nangx, the top, burned, and Skynin. Look at how many eliminations again Nangx did here.
16
overall. It's just giving me nightmares of 214 Esports going into the long shack or the long house, and Nangx just eliminates them altogether.
That was indeed a nightmare, most especially from the views of our 2-1-4. But overall, let's first check the highlights of what happened in that match.
And we are back with the match rankings. And look at this, just really close to whatever TTQ have done today. 16 eliminations, total of 26 for the side of APG. A total effort from everyone in this lineup. But then again, the story of each day is this, Aya. The Filipino squads is tired after 4 matches. I mean, I guess it's only Silent Gods who's trying during the first day, but for the most part, the Filipino squads are really tired after 4 or 5 matches, so they need to do something about that.
Exactly. They need to test their resilience even further inside of the game. But after everything that had happened, we still have it on top would be 2 and 4 with 153 points, still 23 points behind would be TTQ. But YG is on that third spot. They are just a few points away from those two on top. And APG going to that fourth spot, I believe that is a huge leap again from whatever that had happened since our day number one. And on to the second page, we are seeing a lot of teams who have been actually cemented in this spot, and no movement has been seen from these teams.
APG, Fearless, Nexus Vanguard, and TTQ. This is not like what happened yesterday, Aya. Because remember, it was an all out effort from the Philippine squads, wherein they got 4 chicken dinners, you know, in the very first 4 maps. But eventually, in the last maps, it was the same right now, like this one. But MVP will now be taken by Nong X. Nong X has been really playing well in the Miramar maps, Aya. Again, I remember that nightmare by Nong X with the 4 eliminations. And right now, we are back at it again.
Surprise.
Yeah, we were surprised about that. This is Kuku TV together with Miss Aya Plays, and we are your casters for the English broadcast. I hope that you enjoyed all the PUBG Mobile action here in the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring of 2025, all across Facebook and on YouTube. If you haven't followed, go ahead and make that follow button. Or if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. But then again, here comes the product that we're using. It is brought to you by, this event is brought to you by Techno, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers with a common 30S powered by the fast gaming processor and a 120 ultra smooth AMOLED curved screen. Also, exclusive support Dolby Atmos in-game. Your experience is now more responsive and lag-free.
Exactly, that is the experience that you are gonna have if you are using the Techno Camon 30S. But here, of course, we also want you to experience the amazing music collaboration coming on our way this March 7th, because this is a familiar friend to all of us. I believe the last time you have seen him was way back in 2019. And another thing that we are gonna be seeing in the next few moments, as this is the last day of February today, guys, it's already Feb 28.
Wow.
PUBG Mobile V3.7, the 7th anniversary version is coming in March, and the golden moon is about to rise, and the memories of flowing sand will once again begin to drift.
As we drift away from the sand, and now we're back at it again, Aya. It's been a blast for today, actually, from not just the Filipino squad, but for everyone, because it was all-out effort from Myanmar, all-out effort from Cambodia. We also saw efforts from Singapore. But anyways, guys, that's it for us. This is yours truly, Kuku TV, together with the one and only Miss Aya Plays. And we'll be back tomorrow for more PUBG Mobile action. This is the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring 2025. Good night, everybody.
so good